All right, we should be live. We should be live. Yeah, okay, I can hear myself. All right. 93, 93, 93. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Okay, give me a second here. 1 second. What's up, Violet? 93, 93. All right, so kind of tired. This particular stream, I've been testing this shit out all night. Well, all day. Been running these tests. He said just smoked up. This is how we started this shit. This is how we starting this shit. Right? Now I can look at, can look into your eyes now. This is how we starting this shit. Oh yeah, I do got the tequila though. Do got the tequila. All right. Anyway, I'm just running the test to make sure everything is good. Right. So y'all let me know if y'all can see and hear me clearly. I just, kind of switched up the angles and everything. So I just want to make sure that everything is coming through smooth. And if everything is good, then, we can build on the Qliphoth to awaken in the Qliphoth. But I just want to make sure everything is synchronized properly. So it's that death season. Yeah, it's been a lot of death, right? It's been a lot of death. It's in sync. It's all good. All right. Well, it's fucking hopefully. I've been at this for hours. I've been at this for hours. Hours. Ridiculous. But I'm learning as I go. Again, just doing my best to upgrade the technology here. To give us, better scenery. So I guess the screen is more wider, right? I don't even think I got the autofocus on. I think the manual focus is on. But the quality should be a little bit better nonetheless. That's basically the whole point of this. The quality should be a little better because now I'm not using the webcam, right? So the quality should be a bit better. So y'all just let me know. Is the quality a little bit better? Right? So we taking steps towards, getting to where we need to be. And in the meantime, I guess I'll take a little shot. But no, I'm not gonna take this shot until I know everything is good. So is the quality better than the webcam? That's all I wanna know. Is the quality better than the webcam? What's up, Ty? Salute to you. So y'all let me know. Is the quality better? And if I get an okay, then we can go ahead and sip up. All right, I got a yes. So the video quality is better than the webcam. All right, so let me look into your eyes. Is the video quality better than a live stream? So if it is, we good then. That means, I haven't been wasting my time. Again, been doing this for hours. Like, I wanted to come on here way before this, but I wanted to make sure everything was proper. Like, again, a whole nother piece of equipment. So I had to set this up, make sure it's synchronized. Yes, you're just not close up. Yeah, I got the camera. I got the camera all the way back. Yeah, I got the camera all the way back. I could zoom it in, but again, this is just a test, right? So we're gonna get it better. We're gonna get it better as we go. But yeah, I got the camera a little further back. And now I got the little iPad in front of me just in case I needed to delete some comments or some spam, right? So just in case some shit pop off, we're gonna get that shit out of here immediately. But yeah, y'all said the quality is better because again, that's the whole reason why I was doing this, right? To get the quality where it needs to be, right? All right, so if it's good, it's good. All right, so yeah, I've been doing this shit since like 2 o'clock. It's 6 Western time, so about a good 4 hours trying to get everything set up. But all right, if y'all say it's good, it's good. All right, so we'll take a shot. Job well done. I mean, we'll take a sip of the silver tequila. And then, we'll speak about the Qliphoth. I'll speak about what else has been going on. Been working with particular spirits. And we'll talk about it. So, all right. Been working on more music. Yeah, I just wrote a verse. I gotta write another verse as soon as I get done with this. This month of October been crazy. I ain't gonna lie. This month of October been crazy. This is a 9-month for me. For those who are into numerology, this is a 9-month. And that 9 deals with the tower. And I've been feeling that shit. It's like this shit is like a non-stop roller coaster. This shit is non-stop. Right? Anyway. Well, let's open it up. Let's see what gateway should we open up? It's been quick. What the? I know. Let's see. You're in a whole nother vibration. Like whenever, no, just go back to the month that you were dealing with the 9. Just go back to your 9 month, and then you tell me how quick it is. See, this may not be your 9 month, but think back to where you were going through a 9 month. Then you tell me how quick that went by. Salute to your work behind the scenes. I know it'll be tough sometimes. Yeah, this technomancy is not easy. This technomancy is not easy. But it's worth it, right? Because y'all said everything is good, so that means it was worth it. So yeah, as y'all see, I had to upgrade the computer. You see, we had to upgrade the camera. I had to get the capture card, like I was telling y'all last time about the capture card, so it actually finally came through today, like it was supposed to. So I had to figure that out. So you said, yeah, this month of October, you see, it's just been upgrades, and learning how everything works. And y'all see, yeah, I normally don't be drinking and all that, but y'all see, I've been fucking with the tequila again. It's that 9. It's that 9. It's the energy of Mars. That's what's been going on. This is just, yeah, it's been fucking crazy, roller coaster. So I just keep the spirits nearby, right, to make sure everything is smooth. So this month has been crazy. So I'm just doing my best to keep up. Let's see, there's many changes, but that's the 9. The 9 represents endings, right? The 9 represents endings. So you see, we reach the end of an era. You're fucking with, all the, again, just doing basic stuff. Now we're getting more advanced, as y'all see. We're getting more advanced with the angles. We're getting way more advanced, right? With the technomancy. But this is the thing. You see, now I've been digging more back into the primitive. Because I've been noticing something. I'm like, that's why you can say the spirituality of your mother, but then you have the spirituality of your father. So basically, y'all know I've been talking, about the Egyptian stuff, about the Yu-Gi-Oh. I've been on the Egyptian currency, the 93, and I realized like that's more from the father side. That's more of the Jupiter. That's more, the father. But now recently, I've been getting more into the mother. That's the more primitive. Like whenever we speak about Egypt, whenever we speak about Kemet, that represents like an advanced society. But we know a lot of places in the world, you're dealing with third world countries, and their spirituality is completely different. Why? Because they may not have access to the internet. They may not have access to a computer, but they have access to nature. So that's why they have, their spiritualities and their occult systems is based on nature, because they have an abundance of nature. They can just, go out in the fields and cook up these chemicals, these mixtures, these spells. So they're way more intelligent with that earth magic, you can say, than we are, being in a first world country, because all we gotta do is, go to the fucking grocery store. We're not cutting the heads off of goats. We're not slaughtering cows and all type of shit like that, right? So I'm starting to gain more respect from the mother side, my mother's side of the spirituality. That's when I've been dealing with, the voodoo, right? Going back into the primitive, going back into, the natural form of things. And, like the dream work, like things that we normally look over, because again, we got a big ass computer in our face. We got access to the internet. We got access to TikTok, right? We got access to Instagram and all these advanced things, right? We got cell phones in our pockets. But again, we still have people who is not even dealing with any of this, and their connection to the planet is ridiculous. Their connection to the spirit is ridiculous. They know what it means to get possessed or get mounted by a spirit, to speak directly face to face with spirits. And that's why I've been doing my best to learn that side of the spirituality, because I'm like, I'm not versed in those areas. I may be versed in like the technomancy, again, the hip hop, the 93 and all that, but that's not the end all be all. Again, that's just the father side. Now I'm going into the mother. Right? I saw a guy walking down the street with my stolen merch on. Yeah, there was a reason for that. Because, you could have easily not seen it. And that's what I mean. Like, you see that the spirit is working in a way where we're being put in certain positions and placed in certain places, so that we can have access to that all-seeing eye. Because again, you could have been doing anything else, but now you got placed in a situation, you got a little clue, and now you can take that journey to see, okay, what's actually really going on here. Especially when somebody has wronged you. And again, that's what I was talking about before. Like, when you get things stolen from you, when you get things taken from you. Like I said, like, it put me in a whole spirit of vengeance. But like, I don't know, I didn't have nobody to take it out on. Again, especially, you may not have anybody to take it out on, because you don't know what the fuck is going on. So let me actually turn this screen on. So I want to be able to see this playback. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. So let me go to this live. So we'll dedicate this to, here we go right here. All right, I can see myself now. And I got this up here, just in case, like, I don't have to keep looking down, because I'm like, yeah, the camera is here. So, like, I'm still used to looking at the webcam, because the camera is right there, but the webcam is not on. The camera is actually right here. So now, if I just want to, look at a comment or something, I could just turn my head here. I don't have to keep looking down. So, I got to get used to, looking forward now, right? Let me sit up straight. So we'll dedicate this, to the natural spirits, to the earth spirits, to the Qliphothic spirits. Again, the spirits that are mostly forgotten, forbidden, hidden, things of that nature. The spirits that are not easily able to access. Energies that you can't, just gain access to. It requires you to put in work, right? Excuse me, as we call the great work. Let me actually show you this. Let me grab this real quick. I'll be right back. I think I'm about to grab this so I can show y'all a little something so y'all can see where I'm going with this. Give me 1 second here. Just need to lift this thing up. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we still good. We still good in this bitch. Alright. So what I wanted to show y'all, or I guess show y'all this way. And show y'all some real shit here. Let me make sure y'all can see this. This is what I mean, like some real primitive shit. See, we can't even understand. Let me give you a little closer look at that shit. It's a language, a primitive language. See this paper here, this is primitive. This is what I'm talking about right here. Alright. So y'all get an idea where we going with this. Yeah. Alright, so y'all know what's going on. And things like this. This is my ancestors. Alright. We ain't got to get a close look on this, right? It's my father here. I think my finger is at the right place. It's me as a child. My grandmother, grandfather. Then my grandmother's mother. I mean, got the baby right here. The ancestor that passed away when he was a baby. I think he was about 4 years old. Grandparents, right? So I just, printed out a image of my ancestors. Also want to show you some hand art. Right? It's something I did. These are just channels. Y'all can see that. I know the light is crazy. So yeah, when I get in that mode, start going in. And activates. Bit like this. This is what I mean by my primitive. I had to go into the dungeon to retrieve. So I'm like, yeah, what have I actually been doing with the pen? So y'all know, I've been doing a bunch of digital art, but no, this is hand pieces. Got symbols and shit here. And channels. Alright. Maybe I need to cover that light up. I don't know if that helps. No, that don't do a goddamn thing. But yeah, I got that bright ass light. Maybe I need to put it over here a little bit. Maybe that helps. It's called a Mori. So y'all see a bunch of pyramids, a bunch of eyes. But these are channels, right? And I'll show you one more. Crafting symbols. So I realize I'm better at drawing symbols than actual things. Like, it's hard for me to look at something and then mimic it. That's something my sister is good at. My sister is like an artist. She can look at something and she can draw it like perfectly. Like whatever you place in front of her, you know, she can draw that shit perfectly. Like I never been able to do that. So I was more into like the symbols and just doing like more original things, just crafting up symbols. All right, let's see what else we got here. Let me put this to the side. So again, I'm just showing you, you know, some of the primitive art. I got a whole, hold on, I got more. Well, give me a second. I ain't even planning on showing all this. Hold on. But let me just show you some more personal pieces. Give me 1 second. Let me grab it from over here. All right. All right, let's reverse this music. Let's really get into this shit now. Let's reverse this music. Y'all hear how this shit sound? All right, there we go. Sounds much better, right? All right. Let's see. Man, this shit is. Man, this is like 10 years old. What's up, May? 93. What's up, El Ray? Something about the Necronomicon makes me realize we have our own personal Necronomicon within. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we are the Qliphoth. So I got pieces like this. Hold on. So y'all can see this. I did this and it says the date on here is 2011. I'm like, God damn, is that old? That's like 10 years ago. That's before I even had this channel. So I mean, this shit is, I guess this is 10 years old. Whatever book this is, 10 years old. Oh shit. I didn't even know it was that damn old. I'm like, oh shit. All right, hold on. I'm gonna just taking y'all through a quick personal journey here. I did one like this. This is from 2013. I did this with colors. This was about colors. Like every color I gave a breakdown. I put all the colors here. So each color has a breakdown as to what each color means and all that. And like this stuff is like 10 years old at this point. So I got like yellow. Yellow correlates to the sun, which correlates to Leo. All right, so just things like that. Jupiter, Sagittarius with blue. Green correlates to Venus and the Earth, Taurus and Libra. And I got little affirmations. I am accepted. Promotes compassion and overall physical health. You know, just compiling things. Stuff like this. It's a piece I did. Multiple universes. All right. This is 2013. Yeah, I can see that shit. There we go. Seals. All right. This is hip hop with all the planets. See, it says hip hop in the middle. Little diagram with hip hop in the middle with all the planets. I don't know. Maybe I should get closer to the damn camera and just like move this iPad so I can see what's going on. But this is what I wanted to show y'all without going through each and every drawing here. I wanted to show y'all something specifically. Not this, but this is pretty cool. This is when I actually attempt to draw stuff. I'm like, yeah, it is something regular. Please, I'm not the best at that. But I'm just showing y'all what came from the pen and how I evolved into, you know, the digital art and all that stuff. So y'all see it's a whole fucking journey. Whole natal chart. Put my natal chart in the form of orbs. I don't know if y'all can see that. So here's all the planets. Oh, hold on. So each of those represents a planet. So that's how I learned to memorize a natal chart. But again, I'm getting to a certain point here. Just clean with the double tail. See a little beginner graffiti with the double tail clean. I think I did that in like 2014. But this is basically where I started the graffiti. Before I start spray painting the walls. Because my graffiti name is Draco. And this goes back to 2014. So I just start writing it over and over and over again, Draco, till I develop my style. So this is when it was free form. It's not really too much style right now. Then, you know, I just kept doing it. Draco, 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 Draco. Just kept writing it, whole page full. Till I developed a unique style. Till I got to the finished product. Just doing something a little different. Because I normally don't be showing y'all all this. I don't know, let me get a little closer. Maybe it'll be easier to see. Hold on. Let me see. Let me turn this around. Let me turn this around so I can make sure y'all can see this. Hold on. I'm gonna take the headphones off. Give me a second. All right. Just wanted to give y'all a up close view, so y'all see how the style developed. So I can move this out the way. So how the style developed. So I probably had to write that like thousands of times, before it was perfected. Then I started to put it on walls. So the crazy thing is, like when I first started doing graffiti, obviously I would put it in places that it would quickly come down. Like the next day, it would be down because it would be in a public place. But when I started leaving the prints in less public places, I realized it would stay up a lot longer. And I'm sure some of my pieces are still up just because of how deep I traveled to leave that print. And I'm like, it ain't no way that's going to ever be covered up unless somebody actually covers it up. But it's not going to be by the city, or the city workers. But I began to see how I began to influence my reality. Like wherever I would have my art, whenever I would go in areas where my art is up, I felt like it gave me like an extra boost of luck. Like I felt more at home. I feel like yo, I'm actually having an effect on the consciousness of not only the people but also the earth. Right? Again, I should be looking into the camera, right? So the more I began to influence, you can say the world consciousness with my symbols, whether it's a name, again, y'all saw the eyes with the pyramids, or these are symbols that I put up, around the atmosphere. And it began to change. Again, it made me feel a lot more comfortable. I saw the change because I know other people are seeing it. It's making other people wondering, like, okay, well, what does this mean? What does this mean? I showed y'all the 333. So I will make the eye with the pyramids with the 333 I showed y'all. I probably should show you the other one up close, but again, we don't have to do that again. As you see, I'm still getting used to this setup. And again, I got the manual focus on, so next time I'll be sure to put the auto focus on. So, because as I was doing that, I was manually, I'm like, oh, like it's kind of blurry, so I was doing it manually. So next time I'll put on the autofocus, right? But again, I still didn't even take a shot. All right, so let me take this. Let me take a shot for the Qliphoth experience, and then we'll download this channel and get to what we need to do. So I just wanted to show y'all, my little personal pieces. As you see, that shit goes back over 10 years. So just letting it be known how long I've been doing this. So when I started doing, let me see. Like when I show y'all this out the way. Hold on. When I show forth the digital pieces, y'all saw that it. Let me see. Hold on. Well, let me show you. Let me show you this particular one. There's one in particular I want to show. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. This one right here. Let me see. Yeah, this one right here. Let me show you up close. Because this is basically what started it all. Because I did this on my room wall like 10 years ago. But let me show you this up close. And this will be the last one. Now, the reason I wanted to show that one is because that was a channel. Meaning, I had a dream about my great-grandfather. Right, I had a channel from my great-grandfather, and immediately when I woke up from this dream, I put that on the wall. I knew it was a channel because I didn't have no intention. I basically was doing it, and I didn't even know what the end result would be. So I did have, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. I'm just allowing my pen or my brush to do whatever it wants to do. And that's basically just how it came out. So I didn't draw that with the intent of drawing it the way it came out. I just had a dream about my great-grandfather, and I just immediately wasted no time, and I just started drawing on the wall. This is the first time I did anything like that. Like, I'm not the one to be drawing on walls or anything. And it was to the point where even my family, they had came in and they looked at that shit. They're like, "Oh shit." It's like it was like they wanted to say like, "Yo, why the fuck is you drawing on the wall?" But they was like, "Yo, that shit is that that's pretty dope." They couldn't even deny it. They're like, "Yo, that shit is pretty dope." Right? I'm like, didn't even plan on doing that. Then I showed one particular person and they called it the map to Atlantis. They're like, "Yo, this is a map of Atlantis." That was a response I got from showing a particular person. I'm like, "Oh, I guess it is then." Right? I didn't argue with them. I didn't deny. So I'm just using that as a premise where that was a channel. That wasn't an intention. I'm like, okay, I'm about to draw this and it's gonna come out like that. That wasn't how that happened at all. What I'm able to show you now, again, just to show you just how long this has been going on. So every time you see again the digital art, you see that these are things that I actually did with the brush. It was fucking up the walls with the graffiti and all that. So basically just showing you my history in graffiti, right? Graph. But again, graffiti is like derogatory, graph, bombing. So when I began to put it up on walls, and like I was saying, it was actually manipulating the environment in a favorable fashion, which I never would have known because again, I didn't start doing graffiti till I dreamed about it. What encouraged me to actually get up and start doing graffiti is because I had a dream about it. I had a dream where I was actually spray painting my name on walls. Then I'm like, oh shit, that was an actual channel. That felt real. And that's what inspired me to actually get up and finally do it. Of course, I had a thought to do it way before, but I didn't actually start doing it till I had a dream of me doing it. Then I just followed suit. I started to spray paint the name that I saw in a dream on actual walls. I'm like, yo, what'll happen if I actually start doing this in real time? And that's where all these symbols and these sigils came from. All that came from what I saw in a dream, and I just began to activate the pen, activate the brush. So since all this was triggered by dreams. So this is what I'm saying. All this was triggered by dreams. And it took me on this long ass journey. Right? Was that the same graffiti you used for the video Hip Hop Alchemy, the complete guide to manifestation? Exactly. Yes. That's the piece to that's the same thumbnail. Yeah. So if you look at my video Hip Hop Alchemy, the complete guide to manifestation, yes, that's the same image. That's why I put that image on there. Yes. So as you see, right, that ain't just something that I just downloaded from the internet. That's something that I actually drew with my own hand. Right, and I just snapped a photo of it after the fact. So yeah, if you want a more personal, intimate look, yeah, that's the same one off of that particular video. So okay, but yeah, what's up, Bishop Hun? Salute to you. Salute to you. Right, long time. Let me actually take the shot, right? Y'all see, like the spirit is already working. I ain't even crack open the alcohol. I ain't even took a single sip. We almost an hour in, and I ain't took a single sip yet. You know what I mean? Okay, well, let's get it though. So we're gonna take a shot to the Qliphoth experience. Because this essentially, I'm just laying a foundation to what I mean by awakening in the Qliphoth. It's like I wake up in dreams and I'm like, I find myself doing certain activities and I'm inspired to actually do them. I'm like, okay, this is a signal from the spirit letting me know that this is a time to make this happen. Put in some actual work on the physical plane. Like we see what you're doing on the dream plane, but now it's time to put in this work on the spirit plane or in the physical world so that you can see just how powerful these things are. Again, it's one thing to be having these things happen in the dream world, but what happens when you actually have a physical representation of what you are seeing in the dream world? And that's when things begin to activate in a magical way. So once again, we're gonna pop this open for the Qliphoth. I don't know, I'm just very excited. So, that's why I'm showing all these personal pieces. I don't think I've ever shown any of this stuff. I've been doing this for 10 years. And y'all see the art goes back over 10 years. I don't think I've ever showed all those pieces. But you see, it's here. So I got poetry, like back from like 2008. Just to let y'all know, yeah, I got poetry from 2008. I got pieces from. This is crazy because that's you can say that's when I started my journey, like 2008. Yeah, about 2008. That's when I began to document my journey. So basically, I've documented my entire spiritual journey. My entire spiritual journey has been documented. So it went from notebooks, to cell phone, notepads. So again, I got the physical representation. Again, I got thousands of notes. Like if I look at my notes now, let me see what the number is. It says 2,646 notes. So I'm looking at the iPhone right now. It says 2,646 notes. And I've only been documented in this notepad since like 2019. So I guess about almost 4 years. So in the past almost 4 years, I done documented almost 2,700 notes in the digital journal. Yeah. Because it's like, again, and it's mostly filled with spirits. So like when I work with spirits, I document the experience so I get an understanding of, their particular signature. So I can know, okay, well, what happens when I work with this spirit? What happens when I work with that spirit, right? Because when I come upon that energy again, I want to be able to already be familiar with it. So that's basically when I refer to my notes. So whenever the spirit comes up again, however it decides to come up, I can always go back in my notes. So that's essentially what makes the notes so useful, because I'm able to go back in time and then, get the more information. Because, of course, I'm not going to remember. There's no way I'm going to remember all the information in these 2,700 notes. And it became a lot better to document it on the cell phone because I can just hit the search bar. Now, imagine me trying to find a particular spirit going through a bunch of notes. It would take forever, and I may not even find what I'm looking for, right? So that's why I switched over to documenting things digitally on the cell phone, because I'm just able to quickly search for what I'm looking for. So if I'm looking for a particular spirit or a particular number sequence, whatever it may be, like if I want to see, okay, what was going on when I was working with the number sequence 333, I can just type in the search bar 333 and it's going to come up. As opposed if I got to find a particular notebook and who knows where that is, and I got to find a particular page. So that just became exhausting because, again, you may not even find what you're looking for, but digitally you can just hit the search bar and you can get to it damn near instantly. So it just became a better way of documenting because I can get to things a lot more quicker. And I didn't have to carry around a bunch of notebooks because you never know. Again, you may not have the right notebook at the right time, but with the cell phone, because everything is backed up by the cloud, you know, you got access to all your information. So whenever you need it, you have it. Right. So yeah, I'm gonna finally take this shot. Right. So yeah, clearly the spirit is working before I even. I guess I want to be more specific. Cause you know I'm talking about the Qliphoth energies. I'm like, okay, well, what energy though? So yeah, let's bring up, you know, cause there's many Qliphoth, right? You know, okay, well, I'm speaking about dreams. Let's go to the dream world and the Qliphoth. And that particular Qliphoth is called Gamaliel or Gamaliel or Gamaliel, right? Which is the Qliphoth right above Lilith, the dark side of Yesod. The dark side of Yesod is called Gamaliel, and that's the place of, you can say, dark dreams, erotic dreams, right? Qliphothic dreams, as we say, right? So we'll take a shot to Gamaliel. So that's basically, I just want to be more specific, because you know the Qliphoth is like the entire tree. But if we want to be right and exact, and we want to be specific, I'm like Gamaliel. Okay, so we'll dedicate this to Gamaliel. Man, this tequila really be hitting. It's just crazy because nothing else, no other alcohol does this. Again, like whether it's vodka, like the brown liquor, it's like no other alcohol like just instantly hits. Like I instantly feel this. But I guess it's specific to everyone. I guess it's based on your blood type. It may also be based on the type of spirituality that you favor. It may also have something to do with your name, you know, your origins. I think all those things matter, because you would think all alcohol does, you know, the same thing to you. But for me, that's why I stayed away from alcohol for so long. And as you see, even to this day, I'm still not technically a drinker, because in my studies, I'm like, the only thing that really hits for me is the silver tequila. And I've tried many different things, but for whatever reason, they don't do nothing to me. I'm like, what am I drinking for? You know, if it's not going to do what it's supposed to do. But then the silver tequila is like, no question, it's going to definitely make it happen. So I'll take another sip. Okay. 1 second here. Let me turn this off. Said the battery is exhausted. So give me 1 second. I'll just turn the webcam on for now. As I was saying, you know, I've been testing this out for hours. So the battery's just exhausted. So give me 1 second. I'll just turn this webcam on. We'll keep going. One second. There we go. There we go. Let me make this a little smaller. Make this a little smaller. Give me 1 second. All right. So we back in here. So again, that's why I titled this a test. See, fucking camera died right on me. But I'm glad everything worked like it was supposed to, so we're good. So I'll just make sure to have everything fully charged next time. So we're not gonna worry too much about that. You see, we're right back in here. So the reason I'm mentioning all these dreams is because these represent dark dreams, meaning I wasn't having dreams to do something legal. I'm literally having dreams to do something illegal. As you know, technically graffiti is illegal. So I'm having dreams to break the law, technically. Right? So I'm technically breaking the law. If I get caught doing any of these things, you know, I'm going to get a ticket at the minimum. And I guess depending on the amount of damage, they may even lock my ass up. So we're talking about things, you know, having dreams. This is what I consider, again, Gamaliel or Gamaliel. Because again, these are not favorable dreams. These are not dreams, you know, you're just in somewhere in an oasis having a time of your life. I'm literally having dreams of committing crime. It's technically a crime, right? Now we know within ourselves it's not a crime, it's just art. But in the corporation of America, it's technically a crime, right? So I'm having dreams of technically committing crime. So instead of saying, okay, I'm not going to do that. You know, why would I put myself in danger? You know, why would I, you know, take these things seriously? Instead of thinking like that, I just instantly, I'm like, okay, there's a reason, you know, why I was having these particular dreams. It's for me to do something about it. And that's why I wasted no time. I think probably like the next night. You know, I was out spray painting walls. Draco, as you see, that's why I was showing you Draco. So when I had those dreams, I just kept writing Draco, the star constellation, right? So I'm not talking about the gun. I'm talking about the star constellation of Draco, because that was a name that was channeled down. So that was a particular star constellation, you know, that you can say awakened me personally. So everywhere I went, Draco. So because it has weight to it, so I'm not just, you know, spray painting some regular thing. This actually represents a constellation. And that constellation has a personality. And of course, if you know anything about the Draconians are the creators of this universe. You can say they represent the elders. They represent the intelligence that predates creation itself. That's why they feel entitled to do what they do, which is not always agreed upon. Meaning these are not necessarily the light beings that we hear about. They are actually considered dark. Like you had the Jedi, you had the Sith Lords. They would technically be considered the Sith Lords because they are geneticists. So the Draconians are mainly geneticists. They are experimenting with genes. So they are actively engaging in gene splicing, which we now know as cloning, right? So for all the people that's into conspiracy theories and things of that nature, we know about cloning. We have clones walking around all over the place, right? You think it's somebody, but it's actually their clone. You can say this science comes from Draco. It comes from the Draconians because they're always experimenting, you can say, with humans, experimenting with their DNA. They are manipulating the DNA, which leads to cloning, but again, it also leads to different things such as your DNA awakening, which we call enlightenment. Enlightenment is just a transformation of your DNA. So to consider yourself enlightened, you basically have successfully transformed your DNA. Because your DNA, you can say, has your signature. Every strand of your DNA contains your signature. So essentially, who and what you are is at the deepest levels of your DNA, also your RNA, right? So your DNA holds the signature of who and what you really are. So that's why you're able to heal, and you are able to go back to your original form. You break a bone, your bone can heal. You have a wound, your wound can heal. That's all due to your DNA. Your DNA is also contained in your urine. That's what makes urine therapy so powerful, because it contains your DNA, which contains your signature. So the more you intake of your DNA or your stem cells, the more you start to reflect your original form, your original manifestation. And this is why, so many people are not into that, because you are literally transforming your own DNA. You are going back to your original self. And again, it's people on YouTube that have documented their journey, urine looping. And then, they speak about having downloads and having channels and having super fantastic dreams. All of your spiritual qualities begin to awaken as you start to transform your DNA. And eventually you get to the point where you reach enlightenment, which is essentially you have been able to access your original form through the use of your tools, right? What's up, Jeremiah? So this is what we're doing any of these things for. Again, whether we want to call it spiritual work, whether we want to call it the great work, whether we want to call it the Lima, whether we want to call it enlightenment, all of these things is essentially reactivating your DNA so that you can be a reflection of your original form, which we can say is you and your perfect self. You and your perfect self, or your cosmic self, that is, you can say, the crown chakra. That's why when we speak about the crown chakra, that's how you connect to what we call source, which is basically your source code, if we want to speak in technological terms. Tapping into your source code. Meaning, if you were able to tap into the source code of, you could say, a Facebook or a Google, all of these websites have a source code, which is hidden. Now, Android, you can say, has an open source. Like, you have open source codes. So that's why there's many different Android phones, because they have a public source code. So then that's how people can, root their phone and make changes to the source code so that it begins to do things differently. But then you have private source codes, because they don't want you to manipulate in their source code, like Apple. Apple's source code is private. They don't want you manipulating the source code, again, versus Android. Their source code is open source. So anybody is free to manipulate their source code on their devices. That's what they call rooting your phone. And that's why with iPhones, it's called jailbreaking, because you're jailbreaking your iPhone or your iDevices because it's not public. You're not supposed to be doing it, but you can root your Android phone because it's open source. So you are allowed to manipulate the source code. So I'm just saying this in terms that, people can understand. As we are technomancers, so we should have an understanding of the technobabble, which is a real phrase. So unlocking your DNA is equivalent to accessing your own source code. Each and every one of us has a source code. And because each and every one of us has a source code, the source code has been manipulated, as we live life, as we go through relationships, as we go through, family hardships. All these things have an effect, you can say, on your source code. It changes you. So the goal is to get back to yourself that is original, that is unchanged, that is unaffected by, you can say, the trials and tribulations of life. And when you're able to access your source code, you're able to see yourself for how you really are before you became manipulated by, you can say, the corporation of America or the corporation of wherever you are on the earth by politics. What's up, Dank Wizard? So that's the whole goal of what we consider spirituality or the occult. Why you would want to know your natal chart. Your natal chart, again, is just access to your source code. Your numerology chart is just access to your source code. All of these tools, the tarot, the Kabbalah, all of these, the runes, all of these things give you insight as to what your source code is. They give you hints to what your source code is. And then we do our best to reflect our source code, because that's how we get into alignment with what we call our thelema, or our true will. To access your true will and to get yourself on orbit is to have access to your source code, so you can answer the question of, well, who am I? That's you knowing how to answer that question, because you can answer with your magical name, because okay, I am not my birth name. I am my magical name. I am my infinite name. Because me tapping into my magical name gives me access to all my powers. It gives me access to all of my memories. All of our memories have been stored in what we call the unconscious mind. All of your magical abilities, your powers, telepathy, telekinesis, all these things are stored in the unconscious mind. But that's where your shadow is. That's where your alter ego is. So because we're so afraid of, demons and ghouls and anything necronomic, anything Qliphothic, this is why people are truly just running away from themselves. Because you must fight through your own shadows, which is just your own programming. We have been getting programmed since we've been born, either by our parents, by the system, by the people around you. All these things represent programming that have nothing to do with your source code. So when you become, or when you begin to walk a magical path, you're basically walking backwards into how you was before you began to be manipulated. Going back to your original state when you came to this world, when you were in your most purest form. So that's why a person will conduct rituals, why they will reach out to ancestors, why they would do magical work. All these things are to access your source code. Because when you are able to access the source, which we call the cosmic intelligence, you're able to get yourself back in orbit. So as a star, because every man and every woman is a star, as a star, now you're not crashing into other stars. Basically, we getting into relationships or situationships that end up not working out or end up becoming toxic because we don't know ourselves. We end up working jobs that don't fulfill us because we don't know who we are. So we basically stop making decisions that don't support our true will, because now we know who we are, so we begin to do things that can enhance who and what we are, because we know that answer to who am I. You can then answer that. So when you know who you are, you begin to make decisions that further enhance your source. And that's again how we begin to move in the light of our true will, move in the light of our dilemma. Again, which is the whole point of 93. That's the whole point of do what thou wilt. Meaning that your only job, your only true goal is to realign yourself, is to recalibrate yourself. You can say most of us are like compasses, but we need to be recalibrated. That's all it is. You are who you are. You are a star. Everybody has access to their source code. We just need to recalibrate ourselves. Like, okay, I know what constellation I am now. Now let me get on my orbit. That's what it all breaks down to. So that's why we have sciences such as the Kabbalah. That's why we have sciences such as the Qliphoth, which you can say what represents the shells or the shadows that everybody's so afraid of. The nightmares. See, people are okay with dreams, but they don't want to have nightmares. Because when you have nightmares, it's like a awakening. It completely disrupts your aura. Because you can say maybe you traveled too far without realizing what's really going on subconsciously. So we have to be reminded. That's why certain gateways and certain portals that we can't pass through without a password, right? You can't even access your phone. You can't even access your phone without a password, without a passcode. Most people have passwords and passwords or passcodes on their phone. Why? For privacy reasons. Right? I notice the more lucid I get, the darker things get as well. Because you begin to explore what we call our shadow self. That's the whole form of shadow magic, or as we know, shadow alchemy. The true alchemy is shadow alchemy. See, everybody else is concerned with turning lead to gold. You know, the physical representation of alchemy, right? So they spend all their time trying to figure out this secret to how you can take base metals and transform them into gold, taking something that's not valuable at all and making it very valuable. But nobody really wants to deal with shadow magic. Because again, that was the whole purpose of the Yu-Gi-Oh cartoon. Shadow magic. Remembering your magical name. Because that's all Yugi wanted to do, is remember his name. Because he did not have access to his memories. If you don't know your magical name, you don't have access to your memories. And your memories, of course, go back thousands of years, maybe hundreds of thousands of years. This is not your first time alive. This is not your first body. None of this is new to your soul. But because we forget, it seems to be new. It appears to be new, but it truly is not, right? So that's why when the book of the law says every man and every woman is a star, what that's really trying to tell you is every man and every woman is an infinite being. We are timeless. So we must operate from a state of timelessness. Your magical currency operates from a state of timelessness. In order to access your timelessness, you must have access to your memories, as we call our past lives. Your past lives are important because it allows you to go beyond your physical manifestation. You come to the realization that, damn, I have died before. I have been alive before. I have done this many, many, many times. Then you begin to look at things very differently, because everything is not based on what you have been through in this current manifestation. So we got people that get caught up into this particular manifestation as if this is all that ever was. Like, people get depressed because they say like their whole life has been hell. A lot of people feel that way, like, damn, I was born into hell. It seems as if I'm gonna die in hell. My whole life has been a struggle. But again, this is our current manifestation. You can say you have manifested yourself to awaken your shadow alchemy. Because if your life was any different, you wouldn't care about any of this. Basically, if you were too comfortable, you probably wouldn't care too much about the occult. Because you got everything you want. You got everything you need. None of this is essentially necessary, as it appears. So anybody who was born into any type of struggle, you were not born into struggle because you can say of your past sins. You were born into struggle because you've been here long enough and you've been repeating these cycles long enough that it's time for you to remember exactly who and what you are, so that you can supersede what we call our karma. It all comes down to karma, which is linked to your thought patterns. People's karma, again, it ain't just about what you do, it's about how you think, because how you think will dictate what you do. So whatever karma that you feel you manifested from your actions, it first started off as a thought. So karma, again, is not what you do, it's how you think. And how you think becomes actions. So if you were able to change your thoughts, you then change your actions, which then changes your karma. What allows you to change your thoughts is you knowing exactly who you are from a magical perspective and not a physical perspective. You're not caught up in this physical manifestation. So you're not thinking about how fucked up your childhood was, what somebody did to you, what somebody failed to do for you. You're not caught up in what everybody else is caught up on. You're not traumatized. You don't need to heal from trauma. That's why they put all this in your face as a distraction. Or you went through trauma, that's why you're fucked up. No, it's not. You're fucked up because of your karma. We're fucked up because of our karma. We're not fucked up because of what somebody else did to us. It's never about what somebody else did or what someone else will do, because they can't change the course of your destiny. Now, somebody may want to give other people that power, but again, that's what they call a victim mentality. Victims give the power to other people, like somebody else has the power to dictate your destiny and your fate. They don't. Otherwise, the Lima wouldn't exist. Your holy guardian angel would not exist if somebody can just take your future away from you. Because again, this is not your first time around. So in reality, you're just releasing karma. So anybody, again, who feels like, oh, this world is very hellish, you've been going through shit forever, it's just you're cleansing your karma so that you can come to the realization that you are more than what you've been through, because you truly don't even comprehend all you've been through. You're just looking at the last 100 years, the last 50 years. which is nothing compared to infinity. And we are infinite. So if you are infinite and we're just thinking about 100-year span, and you've been here 100,000 fucking times, this is how you begin to cleanse your karma, because you're not caught up in all the things you've been through. Most people can't get over this shit. It don't matter how much therapy they go to, how many people they talk to, how much healing they feel they did, they still are not able to get over this shit, because it ain't for you to get over. That's not what you're supposed to be getting over. We give too much energy to actions, what a person did or did not do. I believe personally it's like being reincarnated is heavy, almost a sickening feeling. Exactly. When you are a spirit, the last thing you want to do is be in the physical body, because this represents limitations. A spirit, you can say, is free. So when you have to carry around this body, this represents a limitation. But then we get used to the body to the point where when it's time for you to exit your body, the last thing you want to do is die. Even though you were a spirit before, and you always are a spirit. Your spirit always leaves your body when you sleep. You leave your body every night. But we begin to fear death because we have gotten used to the physical plane, just like a spirit fears, you can say, reincarnation, because they have become used to not having to carry around a physical vessel that houses your karma. Because you see, when you have this physical vessel, you carry your karma with you. That's not the case for, you could say, a spirit. You're not worried about soul ties. And if you do something with a certain person, that this shit is going to affect you way down the line. You don't have to think about none of these things. You don't have to think about, you can say, a toxic relationship, because you're able to do what you want when you want with like it. You're not thinking about the consequences of things. When we are in this physical shell, we always have to think about consequences, because we are shells of karma. Whatever you do, as they say, every action has a reaction. So because every action has a reaction, that means you have to deal with the consequences of everything you do. And it's not just everything you do, it's just everything you think. Going back to the original statement, everything you think has a consequence. This is why so many people are mindless, because they're just thinking as if it doesn't matter. They're so caught up in what they're doing. They're so caught up with their actions, trying to be this or trying to be that. Again, this is what makes people egotistical. This is what makes people narcissistic. These things come from being overly concerned with your actions, how you look, what you're saying. You're overly concerned with these things, and you're paying absolutely no attention to what you're thinking. So your thoughts don't change, and then you try to change your actions, but you end up doing the same thing again, getting into the same fucking relationships, the same partnerships, the same friends, because what needs to change has not changed. So you become used, like you keep getting with the same person. It's just a different form. And that's how people feel. Like, damn it, they feel like they keep getting into the same types of relationships. They keep getting into the same predicaments. So even though it's not the same person, they still are attached to the same karma. So they draw the same type of scenarios to themselves over and over again, because the thoughts are the same. They've been thinking the same way. So the people change, but the situations remain the same until you're able to cleanse that karma. which you do so by changing your thinking. In order to change your thinking, you can't be so caught up, again, in victimhood, in trauma, in healing. Because the only way you can heal, you must think about what you've been through. But if you don't care about it, like, I don't give a fuck about what happened in my childhood. I don't care what nobody said, what nobody did. I literally don't care about it. Because your soul doesn't care about it. Your soul is so goddamn old. Your soul is not thinking about what the fuck happened to you in the past or what will happen to you in the future. That's your ego. Your ego is concerned with the past, just like your ego is concerned with the future. And again, this is how people become narcissistic and toxic to each other, because they're overly concerned. So this is why, again, people are walking around disgruntled, dissatisfied. That's a person that's egotistical. That's a person that wants your pity. They want to talk about how fucked up shit is. Because they want that energy. They want to feed off your pity. They want to feed off you feeling sorry for them. You got people that feed on this energy. You can't even have a conversation with these people without them bringing up some bullshit. Something that you probably don't give a fuck about like that. Like, you still tripping over this same shit. And we all know these type of people who just refuses to detach from their own karma, but they keep thinking the same way, not realizing that they're creating the same scenario for themselves over and over again. They just literally can't see it because they're so concerned with actions. They're overly concerned with actions. They can't see how their own thinking has led them to the predicament that they are in. So all the occult does is manipulate your thinking so that you can escape your own self. Because you start walking in your true light, awakening your DNA, accessing your source code, and then manipulating it. That's what it is. We are here to root our source code. We are here to jailbreak our source code. Something that is considered fucking criminal. We are here to engage in so-called criminal activity. Because that's what manipulates your destiny, your fate. It's not your actions. It's your thinking. But you see, you have to put to sleep your ego so that you can awaken your alter ego. That's your dream self. That's your dream body. You must operate from the alter ego. The alter ego doesn't give a fuck about what your ego gives a fuck about. That's why it's called the alter ego. The alter ego is completely opposite than your ego. So while your ego is stressing about everything and anything, your alter ego is looking at the whole story, who you really are. Again, your magical currency. Your alter ego sees everything. Your ego forces you to only see a small fraction of things. You're only seeing 1/10 of the whole scenario, or even better, 1/12 of the whole scenario. Meaning you're only caught up in your own zodiac sign, not knowing that there's 12 and you can access all 12. But the ego only focuses you on one. We have 10 planets. We have 360 degrees, meaning we have access to all planets. We have access to all zodiac signs. So why we only focus on 1/10 of the planets, or 1/12 of the zodiac? Because that's egotistical. That's narcissistic. You have people that literally, oh, well, I'm this, so I don't get along with this sign. You literally have people taking it that damn seriously. I'm a Leo. I don't get along with water signs. And then they believe that shit, and they act this shit out as if it's just impossible to get along with your opposite element. When honestly, that's exactly what you should be doing. But you see, they like, oh, I'm a Leo, so if you're not that, then they just completely dismiss the shit, not realizing that you can supersede your sun sign. But again, you try to tell egomaniac this, They ain't trying to hear it because they have designed their lives believing their own bullshit, taking things on face value, which is the last thing you should be doing. You need to dig beneath the surface of all things. That's why, again, I speak about draconic astrology. Western astrology, I'm a Scorpio, but draconic wise, I'm a Capricorn. And it's the Capricorn that's the technomancer. So even just me with this particular YouTube page, you see, I've been talking about technomancy. Again, I'm talking about equipment. I'm talking about computers. I'm talking about cameras. All that you can say comes from my draconic sign. That's not coming from Scorpio. Scorpio don't give a fuck about none of this shit. Scorpio, is very intense sexually, emotionally. But that don't necessarily make a person a technomancer. However, Capricorn does, because Capricorn is connected to Saturn, and Saturn is connected to technology originally, because the technomancer of the zodiac is Aquarius. But Aquarius was originally ruled by Saturn before Uranus was discovered. Saturn not only ruled Capricorn, but also Aquarius. So Saturn had domain over Capricorn and Aquarius. So you can say the true technomancer is Saturn, if we're talking about the inner planets. So the inner planets, if we're dealing with technomancy, deals with Saturn, and that's also the planet of karma, which is everything I'm talking about now. That's why I always encourage, be a technomancer. That's why I'm speaking about source code, which then goes to binary code, which goes into coding. And that people fucking hate coding, right? We love utilizing these phones. We love utilizing the internet. We love utilizing these apps. But in order to create any of these things, you need to code. You need to know how to code. If you want to be a creator, is that not what we came here to do? Is that not how we liberate ourselves and free ourselves, is to be creators, as they say, to be owners? Well, when you have created a thing, you own that thing. So when you are a creator, that automatically makes you an owner. If you create an app, you own that app. If you create a website, you own that website. So being a creator automatically makes you an owner. But that's why the world doesn't want to be a creator. The world is just satisfied with letting the creators create, and they become the consumers. The world is just fine being consumers. But you see, the way to freedom is being an owner. So that means you must create something. You must bring something to the world that did not exist before you. That's you tapping into your creative ability. Again, we are all gods. We are all goddesses. That means we are creators. That means you have the ability to access your source code. You have the ability to access your binary code. You have the ability to code. You have the ability to create, whether in the digital space or in the physical space, which depends on, again, what attributes that you're more inclined to manifesting. 93. Sheave 1. 90% of my dreams are always what most would consider negative or nightmarish. But I always look at it from a neutral perspective. Also, I dream in black and white. Do you know the significance behind? Well, yeah. Like when you look at old movies, like before color, right? Like before movies were in color, you know that they were in black and white. It's not that we didn't have access to color. Because obviously, since, our irises, our retinas can perceive light. And because we can perceive light, we can perceive color. nature is very colorful. Say humans are very colorful. So when we are dealing with black and white, you can say, yeah, that's Scorpio. So yeah, I see that you just comment that I'm a Scorpio because Scorpios tend to see things in black and white. Scorpios tend to be absolutists. How do I know? This is what I had to deal with. This is what I have to deal with. We tend to think in absolute terms. You're either right or you're either wrong. We don't really see the gray matter or the gray magic in this case. So you can say that's an attribute of Scorpio, which you have the ability to supersede. But you see, you will have to change yourself. You will have to go into, you can say, your Vedic sign, which will make you a Libra. Or you have to go into your Draconic sign, which will make you a Capricorn. So meaning you have to supersede everything that you think you are to come to the realization that you're more than what you realize. Again, even with me, see, I may be a Western Scorpio, but I'm an Eastern Libra. So when I started perceiving myself as a Libra, that made me less confrontational. That made me, more artistic. I wanted to focus more on my art. That's what I've been showing you. I've been showing you my art pieces, my graffiti, the geometry, so on and so forth. That was me coming into the realization that, okay, I'm actually a Libra. Not that I'm not a Scorpio, but I don't have to solely focus on that one attribute. I also can manifest the abilities of an artist, which is a Libra. Meaning Libras are very colorful because Libras are ruled by the planet Venus, right? Libra is ruled by the planet Venus. You can say, which is a planet of color, the planet of Lucifer. You can say that's what really made me a Luciferian. That's what really made me want to go into the dark. It wasn't necessarily the Scorpio attributes. It's when I came to the realization, like, okay, I'm not just Hades or Pluto, ruler of the underworld. I'm also Lucifer. So while most people are thinking about the fall of Lucifer, Lucifer is also the god of music. Hence why I do music. That's why you see I try to play the music in the background. You can say that's me tapping into my Libra. I wanna have the harmony in the background. I want to be able to make music. I want to be very lyrical. That's not Scorpio. You can say that's Libra. Scorpio ain't really thinking about that. And when I look at myself as a Capricorn, what's up, Callie? I see you, 90 years. See, you already know what I'm talking about. You already know what I'm talking about. Shout out to the Libras. You already see. Again, this is just natural to y'all, right? The dancers, the singers, y'all flowing that atmosphere already, right? So y'all know all about that. You see, that's something that I had to learn because I had to get into my Vedic energy. So if you are a Western Libra, that will make you a Vedic Virgo. So you can say that's something that you're not necessarily inclined to, but you also have access to that energy as well. That energy is also very powerful. And Virgo is connected to the Hermit card. So you can say a lot of Libras, even though they appear to be, very social, they also have the ability to be hermits. Meaning they're just fine just being by themselves. They enjoy their own energy. So even though they appear, they can be the life of the party. They enjoy music, they enjoy singing, dancing, but at the same time, they're just fine being by their goddamn self as well. Because they're also Virgos. But you could say that's the more spiritual form. They also had the ability to, you could say, to glance at the world, because again, if you look at the Hermit card, I don't have it. It's over here. If you look at the Hermit card, I can actually pull that shit up. Hold on. You see the Hermit gazing into the universe through the Orphic egg. Meaning the Hermit may be somewhere in the middle of the earth somewhere. Basically a crystal ball. So the Hermit has access to the crystal ball. They can see everything they want to see without having to be there. So they know what's going on over here. They know what's going on over there. Because they don't have to directly touch it. They don't have to directly interact with anything if they don't want to. That's why you also see the Hermit has the dog. If you look at the Hermit card, the Hermit has the 3-headed dog. So that makes they can tap into the animal totem. Right? So, pets. That's why a lot of Libra have pets. That's them tapping into their Virgo. So Libras that have pets, that's you tapping into your Virgo, because the 3-headed dog is on the Virgo card. It's not on the Libra card, which is adjustment. There is no animals there. The animal come from the Virgo. So that's why, I do my best to make these things known, because again, we don't have to just strictly look at our perspective. One dimensionally, right? Always had a fascination with coding, because again, that's your Capricorn. That's your Capricorn. Your fascination with coding has nothing to do with the Scorpio. That's your Capricorn, because the Capricorn is a mathematician. So if you are a Libra, your draconic sign is Sagittarius, which is a centaur. The centaurs, you can say, they're like half human, but then they're half horse. Like the Sphinx, the mystery of the Sphinx. The Sagittarius is a mutable sign, a mutable fire, a fire moving in many directions. So meaning Sagittarius don't like to be held down. They don't like being told what to do, because they like moving at their own accord, because their mind can move in many different directions at one time. How do I know that? My nephew is a Sagittarius. You know what I mean? I deal with him on a daily basis. Right? He be having 2 phones and shit. Like he just know how to do, like he like one phone ain't enough. He needs 2. So he be on 2 phones, dual wielding phones. Be doing 2 different things, and like he's keeping up with all this shit. I'm like that's that Sagittarius shit. Like, cause again, his mind is moving in multiple directions at a time. So while other people they're just fine with one phone. Like, yeah, he needs 2. He likes it. TV need to be on, phones need to be on. Like, that's just the world. Cause again, his mind works like that based on the energy. So I'm like, oh, so again, I'd be observing people, because I'm like, yeah, they truly manifest their signs. The world becomes a stage when you understand the occult. Like, damn, everybody fits into their signs just perfectly. Don't matter if they're a child, it doesn't matter if they're an adult. Now, of course, with the occult, you can supersede all these things. But in terms of, just nature playing itself out, nature is the perfect teacher. As I was sitting to the house, as I was sitting on the couch, I saw myself walk into the house and talk to my grandma. Shit. That's crazy. As soon as I read that, my eyes went black. Just start. Yo, whenever you see the ancestors in the dreams, those are most likely deities. That's, again, the more and more I study, the more and more I have these situations occurring. I'm like, okay, these are not just your ancestors, you could say, coming to say, hey. These are deities speaking through a familiar form. These are straight channels. But again, like, we be so emotionally attached to these particular people, we think we're actually seeing the people, but like, no, this is actual a spiritual channel. They're just using a familiar form just to get you to pay attention. So when you see your ancestors, you're always honored to see them, especially if you haven't seen them in a while. But you say they always have a message to convey, because again, this is not necessarily what you think it is. This is multi-dimensional. These are deities speaking in certain forms to convey a certain message. And that's how we are able to even remember these things. We tend to remember when we see our ancestors. We get emotional. Again, I know, like, I be getting emotional. I be having tears in my eyes, seeing my ancestor that I ain't seen in a while. But when we're able to supersede these things, our emotional attachments, realize, like, okay, they actually came with a message. They're actually trying to convey these things to me. They ain't fucking around. I may be fucking around, but they ain't fucking around. They got something to say, and they trying to get the fuck on. And it don't be long, as you say. Like, you just went in the house, you saw your grandmother, then you locked eyes, and then it's over. Like, it be short like that. It don't be nothing long or drawn out. It literally be at a snap of a finger. Like, you there, and in the next moment you gone. They just convey their message and they get the fuck out. They move on to the next thing. So they don't tend to stick around that long. So that's what makes it extra important. So that's why, I share these things with you, so that we can understand things from a multi-dimensional position, going beyond the physical, going beyond our attachments, going beyond our emotional currency, so that we can go more into the spirit, more into the Qliphoth, more into Gamaliel. Because the more we go into Gamaliel, the more we realize, like, damn, we're holding ourselves back. Like, the reason why we don't have, you can say, more erotic dreams or more spiritual channels, is because of our own, attachments, our own emotional currency. We be thinking about the wrong shit. And I know this well as a Scorpio. You know what I mean? When you get, mad or vengeful, you know what I mean? Like, Scorpios tend to hold on. You can say, what do they call it? It's a word when you hold on. Grudge. Like, we tend to keep grudges and shit. And I've done this several fucking times. Just in my years, like, you be fucking mad for a long ass time. And I'm like, damn, just imagine if I didn't give a fuck. Where I could have redirected that energy into a whole nother direction. Because it's already here. It's like once the energy is summoned up, again, a Scorpio is also a fixed sign. So it ain't like the energy just changes. See, again, that's what I see with my nephew. My nephew's a Sagittarius. He's immutable. He's like new every day. He don't hold on to shit. He don't even mention yesterday. He's concerned with what's going on right now, because his energy is constantly being released. He ain't holding on to anything. That's just the mutable sign. They ain't holding on to nothing. But with the fixed signs, the Scorpios, the Leos, the Aquarius, the Taurus, we tend to hold on to things a lot longer than other people. So I'm like, yeah, once the energy is summoned within you, you tend to hold on to it a lot longer, than someone else. So that's why, depending on what your sign is, based on what modality your sign is, it helps you to better understand how you deal with energy and what's your strongest currency. So again, just using myself as an example, as a Scorpio, once energy is summoned up, it tends to stay within you. So it can either manifest as a grudge or the ability to have a spiritual revelation. Like I was speaking about previously. Somebody took something from me. It made me vengeful, but I directed it internally, and it made me actually channel up a particular deity, which otherwise wouldn't have happened because I don't be my emotions don't be geared in that direction. Because again, I'm ready to push the energy externally, but in all reality, it needs to be pushed internally. I need to absorb it and push it towards the Qliphoth, and that's what activated Gamaliel. Hence, I'm having spiritual channels, or whether it's erotic dreams. All this is stimulated because I was feeling vengeful. I had an intense emotional reaction, but then I directed it inwardly instead of again holding a grudge. Again, which never benefited me whatsoever. I probably end up in a worse predicament. Being too vengeful, and again, shit don't end up working out because it's not supposed to be directed outwardly. It should be directed inwardly. So give me 1 second here. I will be right back. 1 second. So that's why I mentioned the Qliphoth, because the Qliphoth just really represents internalizing intense emotions. Again, whether it's the emotion of revenge, hate, basically what we consider negative emotions, because we tend to focus those negative emotions externally on actual people when it was never about the people. Again, which I just learned recently. Why I was so concerned, trying to be vengeful about somebody taking something from me, because I decided to direct it inwardly. I have a spiritual revelation. Now imagine if I just continue to hold a grudge. Again, which I've done plenty of times. But I had to evolve. And I'm like, okay, these emotions, you can either externalize it or internalize it, and you're going to get a result based on how you choose to use your energy. Like, look how many, just look how many times like the average person gets upset. People be having road rage and shit. People can't even get to work without cussing somebody out. People cussing out drivers. People cussing out kids. People mad at any and every goddamn thing, right? People gossiping, looking at all these goddamn shows, these love and hip hop type shows that's just filled with nothing but absolute foolishness. But it's feeding something within you. That's why people watch this shit, right? These soap operas, they feed something internally. That's why people invest their emotional currency into these things. Movies. That's why people watch movies. Why do you think people watch fucking superhero movies and we know that none of this shit is real? What makes us so invested in fantasy? Why do we give a fuck about a Superman or a Batman or a Wonder Woman? Why, when these movies come out, kids can't wait to see it? We can't wait to see this shit. We can't wait to see the next episode of our favorite show. What makes us so invested into these fantasies? It's called the Qliphoth. And the people that understand this science know how people work. Now we're gonna get into some real shit. All right, we're 2 hours in. Let's get into some really real shit. I'm gonna take another drink. Like, I'm gonna show you why we keep going in circles. Like, I've thought about this shit super heavy since yesterday. I've been thinking about this shit since yesterday. I mean, it's like I feel like I didn't discover the fucking answer, because we're always talking about, what's up, Khalifa? We're always talking about like why we don't have anything of our own, right? Like, why there isn't a so-called black community, why we don't have hospitals, businesses, and we have all these people making all this money. I think I figured it out. I've been thinking about this long and hard. Just pause. Pause. I've been thinking about this. I think I didn't found the solution. I guess it's not even a fucking solution, because there really is no solution, but I figured out why it occurs, to the point where it makes sense to me. But again, let's get the spirit going. Like, again, I've been thinking about this heavily. Why? Because, recently, for those who don't know, Kanye West did an interview on Drink Champs that they end up later taking down. They deleted it. But of course, people had already saved it, so you can still access it if you want to. He was talking crazy about Jews. He was really going in, and then obviously he offended people to the point where they just took the whole fucking interview down. Because he said he's the richest black man, I think, in world fucking history. I guess other than Mansa Musa, right? But you can say our known history. The Corporation of America. He's the richest black man in fucking American history or world history, right? But he was basically saying nobody gives him his credit. But again, I think I got the answer though. So let me take a sip of this. All right, so now let's talk about business now. So we say the best for last. And after this, hopefully we understand why this happens. Meaning, like, for example, you have sports players that have multi-million-dollar contracts. $90 million contracts, $70 million contracts, $50 million contracts, $30 million contracts, $20 million contracts. So we be asking ourselves, like, yo, how do all these people have these ridiculous amounts of money? But it seems like our condition just continues to get worse, when all you really need is a handful of people to invest in a bank or invest in a hospital, invest in a school. Like, we're always talking about how fucked up the public school education is, but you literally got people in positions to create new schools. We talk about how fucked up the banking system is, and they don't want to give us loans. They don't want to give us access to wealth. Well, you just get a handful of people and make these things happen. Why don't we see these things occurring? We talk about the medical industry. Why don't you just get a handful of people and start a hospital so that we can change the narrative? You don't want to know why these things don't happen? It's because we suck at business. That's why we're going to talk about business right now. I feel like this is absolutely needed. We suck at business. Another thing, it's not even another thing, but let me tell you why. Like, for example, they also say, like, why haven't we not created another Black Wall Street, right? After they destroyed the Black Wall Street, how come we haven't been able to replicate those same effects? There's plenty of people with plenty of resources, but why don't we see these same results? My answer is because we are not under the same type of pressure that our ancestors were under. What I mean by that is segregation. Meaning the reason why you had black banks and black hospitals and a Black Wall Street and anything black schools is because we literally had to, because we were not allowed to go to, you can say, a white school. We were not going to get loans or anything from a white bank. They made it uncomfortable for you to shop at, you can say, white grocery stores. They made you uncomfortable to go to white barbershops, so on and so forth, right? So we literally had no choice. So it wasn't even an option. Meaning you had a black community because that was literally the only community you could go to be treated fairly. Because the moment you went outside of this community, you were going to be treated unfairly. So we had no choice but to be excellent at business, which is what created the Black Wall Streets. We had no choice because we were under extreme pressure. Like, yo, if we don't get this shit right, we're all fucked. Because they're not going to help us do anything. Once we began to integrate with all the other cultures, it took away the pressure, because now you can just take your ass to Walmart. You can just take your ass to Walgreens. You can just go to Bank of America. You can just go to Chase. You can just go to Wells Fargo. You can just go to Whole Foods. You can just go to the Goodwill. And what they're gonna do? They're gonna take your money. They're not gonna treat you unfairly. They're gonna treat you with respect. They're gonna treat you how you're supposed to be treated. And if they don't, you're gonna complain, and then it's gonna be, a consequence. They don't get to, you can say, be racist towards you anymore, because that's not what makes money. So the pressure is not there. So meaning again, because we have all these people with all these resources, what do they do when they get their resources? They move along. They just put their children in better schools, and they supply their future generations with a better lifestyle because it already exists. So for example, you may have been from the slums of LA. You fought your way out of it, and now you get to live in Calabasas. Now you get to live in Beverly Hills. Now you get to live in Bel Air, because they already exist. If there was no Beverly Hills, if there was no Bel Air, if there was no Calabasas, there would be nowhere to move, meaning you would have to build it yourself, which is essentially what they did. The people that owned those communities, they had to build them up because they didn't have anywhere to go. They had no choice but to build up their neighborhoods because they were not going to be accepted by other people. So that's why when we get the resources, and let me go further, let me go deeper. They have what is called investors. And all these people know each other. See, this is the example I used. So just think about the Breakfast Club, right? The Breakfast Club has Charlamagne the God, Angela Yee, and DJ Envy, right? Those are the three hosts. Cause I'm just again, nothing against them personally. I'm just using them as an example to make this point. You can say that's black excellence all in one room. Meaning you can say they could take their influence and they can build up their own radio show. They don't have to be a part of the Breakfast Club. They don't have to be a part of Revolt. They have power in and of themselves. Because they don't own the radio station that they work for. They can't help anybody get a job in that radio station. They don't have no say-so. So even though they do their own thing outside of the radio station, you see that they cannot come together and do anything because contractually, they are not allowed to do that. Meaning they cannot, because they are under contract. And that's how we get fucked over, those contracts. Because they are under contract. That's why you're never going to see Charlamagne the God doing a show with Envy or Angela Yee, because contractually they cannot. That's why they haven't started their own thing with each other. They can do their own thing outside, meaning they got their own side hustles. But they can't take their own cipher that they built up. You can say they built up the Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club, nobody wasn't thinking about the Breakfast Club before them. They built it up to the several million followers, the several million subscribers. But you know what's going to happen? Once their contracts expire, they will be replaced. Now somebody else takes their position, and then they did all the hard labor. Now the next people that become the hosts, now the show they already have millions of followers, millions of subscribers from their hard labor. Right? Yes, the last host of 106 in Part talked about how the network stalled their careers while working the show. Because it's in contract. They are not allowed, you can say, to be excellent with each other while they are under contract. Which is why you don't see them doing anything outside of the Breakfast Club together. They can only do their own thing. But here's the thing. Even though they can do their own thing, they can have their own shows, they don't have the same support because they don't have the same connections that the Breakfast Club has. This is what I mean by that. Meaning, the radio station has investors who are willing to invest money because they know that they're going to get a ROI. They're going to get a return on their investment. But the same people that invest at that radio station, they're not going to invest in them individually. They don't have access to those same plugs. This is what I'm saying. So meaning the Breakfast Club will continue to get funded. That's why everything is professional. They got their video editors. They got their sound people. Right? They got people, again, working the cameras, working the sound, working the lighting. Everything is essentially done for them. And you could say they make several $1 million a year, I'm sure. Right? Now, let's just say they wanted to do their own thing. Let's just say they wanted to make their own movie. You know how much it takes to make one movie? It takes several $1 million. So, for example, again, you had the Breakfast Club, but now let's just say they wanted to do something like Power, something that's like 10 episodes long. It takes several $1 million for one fucking episode. But if you have connects, that's not no problem. Meaning, you could say a movie takes like $30 million to create. But if you have investors, let's just say you have 6 investors, those 6 investors all put up $5 million, you got $30 million. And that's just for one movie. Now again, now you see, now that blows out the water. Like, okay, we got these people making all this money, but it takes 30 million just to make a fucking movie. So all those $30 million contracts, $50 million contracts, that's one fucking movie. So you can say these people's money don't go as long as we think it is once we begin to peel back the layers. Because this is how it works. The movie industry, the director is not funding the movie. The director has investors. You also have writers. Again, just think about any movie. Any movie. You need writers. You need a camera crew. You need an audio crew or a sound team. You need a camera crew. You need a sound team. You need the people that does the lights. You need chefs. People got to eat. People got to clean up. You need janitors. You need a clean up team. And all these people, you can say, make a lot of money. So you, again, these $30 million contracts, $90 million contracts, meaning it may be 100 people on a movie set trying to make a movie. All these teams. You can't afford to pay all these people. Then that's not even including the actors and the actress. The people in front of the camera. So you got to pay the people in front of the camera. You also got to pay the people behind the camera. Then when it's done, you got to pay for people to edit the footage. Then you got to pay people, the engineers, to mix and master the footage, to make sure all the sounds are correct. Then when that's done, now you got to pay advertisers to advertise the movie. And you have to market the movie. So all that combined together, that's why it takes several $1 million to make one fucking movie. But when you have investors, it's not really that hard. But we don't have access to these same investors, even though, again, they give us contracts. You can say, just think about a record label. They will give you a deal. They will give you $1 million. Okay, we're going to sign you for $1 million. But you don't have access to their investors. Meaning they're going to invest in you as long as you are a part of the company. But if you ever leave that company, you don't have access to those investors. So anything you do, you have to fund yourself. So essentially, that's why, Tyler Perry, he's the only one that has like a movie studio. Like, it's just, he's like the only one. Because all this stuff costs. All this stuff is very expensive. You have to pay several salaries. And if you're trying to get top-notch actors and actresses, the money gets ridiculous. You see, all your money will be gone. If you wanted to fund a movie, and again, that's just a movie. That's just a hour and a half. That's just a 2-hour movie. Your whole contract is gone just paying it out. And hopefully you get return on your investment. But you see, we're too afraid to make those type of situations happen because we would have to do it ourselves. So this is the point I'm making. They got the industry on lock because they know how to come together and fund each other's projects. So they're not coming out of pocket. The director, again, is not the one funding the movie. They have access to investors. We don't have access to those plugs. If we wanted to do anything ourselves, we have to foot the entire bill. We have to take the risk ourselves. And there's just many people that are not willing to take the risk. Why? Because why start your own bank when you can just bank with JP Morgan, aka Chase? Because we have options now. It would be different if we didn't have options. We will be forced to do these things. But because we are not in a position where we are forced to do any of these things, now you can just be an actor. You can focus your whole time on being an actor. You can focus all your time on being an actress. You can focus all your time being an entertainer. Why? Because as long as you are a part of their record label, you're going to be funded. Imagine if these artists, these entertainers, had to fund their own operation. They will be nowhere. Why do you think you have entertainers that are bigger personalities than their music? A great example is Boosie, Lil Boosie, the rapper. And again, I'm just bringing up all these people as examples. Meaning Lil Boosie has always been a rapper for as long as we know. But it wasn't until he began to go on Vlad TV and do interviews that he got the fame that he has now. Because he began to go viral going on another person's platform who had already built up their platform, who had already had investors. So meaning, essentially, if you don't go on their platforms, a Breakfast Club, Hot 97, a Vlad TV, a Say Cheese, if you don't go to one of these gatekeepers, what's the odds of you even going viral? People even know who in the fuck you are. If you don't put your music on Apple or Spotify, any of these streaming services, what's the odds of people even hearing your music or even knowing that you exist? If you had to do it all yourself, as we call, selling it out the trunk. You see, that's what we used to do because we had to do it. You had to sell your music out the trunk. There was no streaming services. So if you didn't have a record deal, they're not pushing you. So you had to fund your own operation. But you see, that's very challenging. You have to be business orientated to even do that. That's why we don't see many people doing these things anymore, because you have to have a business mind to be successful at these things. You're not just going to automatically know how to invest your money so that you make your money back. That's a skill set. That's why people go to college and get business degrees. Business administration. People go to college to learn how to do these things. You don't just automatically have this knowledge. Everybody can't be a Jay-Z, who is a Capricorn. Everybody don't have access to that innate knowledge. Most don't. That's why they have to rely on record labels. They have to rely on other people who are already established. That's why you see only LeBron James has a school. But here's the thing. He is still in the NBA, so all of his time has to go to that court. He's not at that school every day. Do you think he created the curriculum at his school? The only thing he did, you can say, is fund it. He don't control the curriculum. He don't control who gets to go or who doesn't get to go. He's not in control of the day-to-day activities. He had to hire somebody else to manage his business because he does not have the time, because he has to go to practice. He has to, do what NBA players do, which is a lot of things to do. So that's why I was naming these contracts. So it don't matter just because we see these huge numbers. They are constantly busy. They keep these players and these entertainers busy. Just like if you're an artist, they keep you on the road. They keep you doing shows. They keep you in media. You got to stay in the studio trying to make another hit. You literally don't have the time to learn the business because you're already in the business. They don't have the time. So you can say the people that's making the most money, they don't have the time. to learn how any of these businesses work. That's why they are not going to fund these businesses, because they don't know how it works. Meaning the average person don't know how a bank works. The average person does not know how much it takes to keep a school open and functioning. See, here's the thing. When you have to fund everything yourself, not only do you have to pay for the real estate or the building, which sometimes costs millions. Like if you wanted to buy a school, they may charge you $1 million to own the school. So not only do you have to buy the real estate, you have to hire all the teachers. You have to hire all of the, the people that work behind the scenes. If anything needs to be fixed, you got to have a person that knows how to fix things. If anything need to be replaced, you got to have people in position that knows how to keep this business operational. So you coming out $1 million just to own a real estate. Now you got to pay all these salaries. And then you got to keep the school functioning. You got to pay those light bills, those water bills. You got to pay your taxes. Meaning, you see, it takes tens of millions of dollars. So this is why we don't see a lot of people having things that we think we should have. Because to keep these things up and running takes several $1 million. And we're just talking about a school. We're not talking about a bank. We're not talking about a studio. This is a school. It takes tens of millions of dollars. So if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to lose your money. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to lose your money. You're going to hire the wrong people who's going to make the wrong decisions. And eventually you're not going to have in school. Because all this is strategy. All this requires planning. And again, you don't have access to investors. So that means you will have to take all of the risks yourself. So when we think about all these people with these millions, like they can't even afford a fucking school, let alone a record label, let alone a theater, let alone a factory like Amazon. Do we know how many millions it takes to run a Amazon? You got people on the road all night doing these prime deliveries. All these people got to be paid. All those vehicles need gas. Whenever they break down, somebody got to be there to fix them. All these vehicles need insurance. That real estate, all those factories needs insurance in case a fire happens or anything happens. It needs to be insured. So imagine how much money is being forked over for insurance by itself. Gas, insurance, taxes. Then you got to pay people's salary. Exactly. Amazon didn't turn a profit for 14 years. This is what I'm saying. Who has money that long to not make a profit for over 10 years? So when we really put this into perspective, our people don't really have what we think they have. We really don't. We be looking at these celebrities. We be looking at these entertainers. Again, they don't have that type of money where they can keep some shit operational for over 10 years. Their money is not that long. So this is what I'm saying. This is why we don't see these type of things happening, and we think it should, because we got all these people with these resources. The money is not that long. They like to create illusions. They want us to believe that they got it all, but it's like, yo, you can barely run your own fucking record label. You can barely run your own career when you have to fund it yourself, when you don't have investors. So just funding your own career is expensive, let alone anybody else's. You got a record label, you got to manage multiple people's careers, and you are the sole proprietor. This is very, very expensive. And again, the reason why other people were able to do it, because they came together. Again, that's why they say the Jewish people, they are in power because they came together. They wasn't solo trying to do these things. They came together. We don't have that ability. So because we have all these people with all these resources, they're not going to come together and make something happen collectively. They will have to do it individually, which they are unwilling to do. And again, it's just much more convenient just to send your children, you can say, to a private school than trying to start your own school and pay all of those salaries and pay all of those taxes, pay all of that insurance out of your own pocket. It's just a lot easier just to send your child to a private school and live in a better neighborhood. Again, I said Calabasas. So going back to my original point, Breakfast Club, Charlamagne and God, DJ Envy, Angela Yee. That's why you never seeing them doing anything outside of the Breakfast Club together, because contracts. It's stipulations in the contracts that don't allow them to do certain things. And this happens, especially you got a $90 million contract, $50 million contract, $30 million contract. There are certain things you are not allowed to do because it would null and void your contract. So when we think like, why isn't people doing this or doing that? They most likely can't do it because it's in the contract. They want that $30 million, so they're not going to do nothing to jeopardize that money. So that means they really can't fund certain things because it's in the contract. Even if we look at 6ix9ine right now, Tekashi 6ix9ine, he doesn't even own his own name. There was already a person named 6ix9ine that sued him. And then the person won. So he can't even use his own name. That's why he went from Tekashi 6ix9ine to 6ix9ine, and now he can't even use 6ix9ine because he never owned the name. Somebody else had owned it before, and he tried, okay, well, I'm going to be more popular. I'm just going to outdo them, which he did. But they still won in court. The original 6ix9ine still won in court. So everything that he did, now he has to pay a portion of that to the original owner of the name. A lot of these people don't own their own name, meaning that's why they have to rebrand, which they are unwilling to do. Also, here's another thing. If you're caught trying to do things or trying to go behind their backs, they know how to blacklist you. So meaning, if you get fired from your job, not your job, but let's just say it's a famous person. Let's just say, again, a Charlamagne God. We're just using examples. If he gets blacklisted, he cannot get another job in the radio industry. See, it's not as simple as just going down the street to Hot 97 or going to Sirius XM. Or going over here or going over there. If they make a call, because again, they all are a collective. They have came together, so they all have pieces of ownership. All they have to do is make a call, and then somebody becomes blacklisted. It's as simple as that. So if they decide we don't want this person working in radio anymore, all they have to do is blacklist you. This is what happened to Star. For those, again, I'm just throwing out names. What is it? Tory. What is it? I don't remember his actual name. But, you know, Star. Like Star in the Morning. He is blacklisted from the radio industry. That's why he can never work in radio. He's blacklisted. So he had to do his own thing. That's why he has to Star Report, which he does out of his own home, because he is not allowed to have another radio job. He's blacklisted, meaning this is the type of power that they have. So if you're caught doing something that they don't like, all they got to do is place a call. Like, oh, no, this person is doing this and that, because they're all connected. So they know your every move. So if it's ever discovered that you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing, all they gotta do is make a phone call. You lose your deal, and you can't get another one, because it's all the same group of people. Which is with everything. It's most of the companies are only owned by a handful of people. They all know each other. So it's easy for you to be blacklisted. So people don't. That's why people stay in their place. Because they know, again, look at what happened to Tiffany Haddish. She got blacklisted. So it ain't just, okay, well, I can't work at this studio, I'm gonna work at this studio. No, you can't work at no studio. Because a call has been placed, don't allow her to work anywhere. So she's going to have a hard time working anywhere until they allow her to work again, until she gets the green light. It's just that simple. That's what it means to have a stronghold, which we don't have. That's why we're always all over the place. That's why we're so compliant when we sign these contracts. So again, we could be making buku money, but they are still under contract. We must always take into consideration that they are always under contract at all times. 9 times out of 10, they are always under contract. So that's why they can only do so much. Because they're always, when they finish out one contract, guess what? They sign another one, right? When one contract is done, they have to sign another one, meaning as long as they are under contract, that's what makes a person a slave, a high-paid slave, because they're always under contract. Very rarely are they free agents, able to move and do whatever they want to do. That's very rare. Meaning most of the artists you know have always had a record deal. They have always been under contract. A Drake, a Rihanna, like all the big, a Taylor Swift, a Adele. These people have always been under contract. The whole time. So they must follow suit. Because I guarantee, again, if they get caught doing something they're not supposed to be doing, a phone call will be placed and they will not be able to get another record deal. It ain't, okay, well, I'm about to be dropped from Sony, I'm about to go over to Capitol. No, these people know each other. People have been blacklisted from the entire recording industry, just like people have been blacklisted from Hollywood, meaning you don't get to work with nobody. You don't get to work at no studio if you get on the list, until they decide to take you off after you begin to comply. Is it just as easy to get blacklisted if you didn't have a contract with them and you rise on your own? Or they just put a hit out on you if you go too far on your own? See, here's the thing. They got it so locked down that it's only so far you can go on your own. Meaning it's only so far you can go. Just you can say selling out the trunk. Because eventually, you wanna go beyond selling out the trunk. You want to be able to do shows. But in order to do shows, you have to get a venue. See, if you're blacklisted, you're not even allowed to be at a venue. You're not allowed to even be at a stadium. You can't throw a show at a venue. You can't throw a show at a stadium if you're blacklisted. That's why when we see like the underground artists, these underground artists don't be throwing stadiums. They're just doing shows because they're not allowed to. Because they own those too. They own that stadium. They own that venue. So if you're blacklisted, they're not going to allow you to perform at their venues. You basically would have to build your own venue. And again, people don't have that type of money. That out of the trunk money is not enough money to run a whole venue, which is very expensive. Just think about how much money it takes to run, what is it called? The Staples Center in Los Angeles. How many people have to be paid? How much insurance needs to be paid? How much contracts, how much business that needs to be done? They don't have that type of money, meaning you will have to create your own venue because they have it locked down. They have every element of the game locked down because they created it. And all we have done is participate in it. We have been participants in their game, which they control. So because they control the game, they can see you trying to creep up, trying to sneak around. They know your move before you do it. They created the game. We are only playing the game. They created the rules. So they know when you're trying to be sneaky and you get penalized for that. That's when shit come out. Fucking sex tapes get leaked. Somehow they get into a domestic situation. They end up going to jail. It's always some strange idea. When they get caught doing some sneaky shit, now their personal business get blasted, which represents a warning. We see what you're doing. We got something on you. Because again, they're not even going to allow you to be amongst them if they don't have something on you to keep you in line. This is how this works. If they don't have something on you, because again, why people ain't just standing in line because they want to. They're like, yo, if I don't do what's said, I'm going to be extorted. They're going to put out this, that they got you drunk one night and you end up doing some strange things and they got it on camera. So unless you play, again, a lot of people are being extorted. That's why it's called slavery, because a lot of people are doing things against their will. They have to do it. This is what's going on with Young Thug. Remember when Young Thug first came out? He was with Lyor Cohen, who told him, you got to do more interviews. You got to be out amongst the public, because all he cared about was being in the studio. He didn't care about being in front of cameras and doing interviews and all that. But because of Lyor Cohen, he brought him out to the world. Now he's into fashion. Now he became this fashion icon. Because you got to be in front of people, and that's the same thing that got him caught up. Because if he would have stayed in the underworld, he would be fine right now. But because he was brought out of the underworld and put on the world stage, and he was under contract, when he began to not fulfill those contractual obligations, now all of a sudden you got a case. And this is why a lot of rappers, again, they like, damn, why does it seem like these rappers can't stay out of jail? Why do they be so involved in these street activities? It don't really be what you think it is. It's because they did something that they should not have done. Meaning they could get these people whenever they want to. They just are selective and choosy about when is the right time to make it happen. That's why they got evidence on Young Thug going all the way back to 2015. So that's 7 years ago, meaning they've been tracking him and studying him for 7 years, just waiting for the moment to bring it all up to the surface. And now he's in a situation he can't get out of. But you see, they've been building up a case for 7 fucking years. They've been on him the whole time. And this is what happens. They're following you the whole time. They tracking your phone the whole time. They know where you are, what hotels you in, where you're performing, what city you in. They're studying you the whole time. That's why you have a manager. You have a road manager. You have an attorney. You have a lawyer. You have an accountant. They know how much money you're making. You're not sneaking anything. You're not doing nothing that these people don't know about. They allow you to do it until you get out of line. As long as you're in line, you can get away with it. But the moment you begin to veer from what they want you to do, now all of a sudden you'll get into all this trouble. Trouble that you could have been got in, but they was waiting for the right moment to bring all this dirt up that they've been had on you. That's why it's called extortion. They already had the dirt. They're just waiting for the moment to reveal it. This goes for mostly anybody. That's why old shit be resurfacing and it completely derails a person's career. Again, that's what happened to Tiffany Haddish. It was a old video. It wasn't nothing new. It was an old video. Completely derailed her whole career. Something old that they just had in the chamber. They were just waiting for it. So again, I've been thinking super heavy on these things because again, just like everybody else, I'm like, yo, wow, like we're always complaining about what the fuck we don't have or what we should be doing, what we need to build. And then we wonder why the shit it doesn't get done. Because the people that actually could do it, they're not allowed to do it contractually. It's not that they don't have the heart to do it, but they can't do it contractually. Because they know you begin to fund certain situations, you have hell to pay. They're going to find a reason to violate that contract. And you are putting your whole contract on the line when you begin to do certain things, and they're just not willing to do that. Like, yo, I'm not about to put my whole contract on the line trying to fund something that I really don't know about because people are like, oh, we need this. The people are saying we need this. The people are saying we need that. That's what happened to Black Lives Matter. You see, they end up being a corrupt organization. It ended up being corrupt. Now you see it's lost its credibility. Black Lives Matter has lost its credibility because the people on top were clearly extorting the people, utilizing your own negative emotions. All they did was profit off of it and rob the people who really didn't have anything to give in the first place. And now they buy luxury homes and then get exposed for it. Now, again, motherfuckers already knew that, though. That's why you had white men pretending to be black. One of the leaders was a white man pretending to be black. Well, I'm just light-skinned. It's like it's all type of mysterious happenings because they have plants. Again, we know about the Black Panthers. If they want to know what's going on within your organization, they send somebody to watch you. They send somebody to watch you. They send somebody inside of your organization that you think is cool, that you think, is the realest ever. And this person is a whole federal agent, revealing all the secrets, telling them everything from A to Z. It's another reason why we can't get anything done, because you have snitches. You have industry plants. Some of these rappers are not even rappers. They're federal agents. They have to report to the police. So they be pairing people up and you don't even know you're paired up with a fucking cop. That they just sent at you because they want to know what's going on. You think like, oh shit, like I'm making connections in the industry, not knowing that they're watching your every move and they want to get as close to you as they can. How far would they allow you to dispute the terms and conditions of a contract to where it's a mutual exchange of service and not slavery? See, that's not the type of business that they conduct. So you would say that's fair business. That's the type of business we're trying to conduct. We're trying to do fair business, but we're not dealing with fair people. That's why they say it's a dirty game, because you're dealing with dirty businessmen and businesswomen. They're not playing fair. That's how we even got in this predicament in the first place. We think we were being liberated and we got tricked by tricksters. They're not playing fair. So what you're saying, Dank Wizard, is people that are engaged in fair business, but these are not the type of people that run the world. The world is not ran by people doing fair business. The world is ran by people doing dirty business. So while we have pure hearts, we want to change the world. We want to see people come up. We're trying to conduct fair business. But they're not. Again, that's how you can get fucking blacklisted. If it was just about fair business, they would not be able to just make a call and then they blacklist your whole career. Your whole career gets blackballed. You should just be able to go from one place to another. But you can't do that. When you wrong one of them, you basically have wronged all of them, and they all are going to stand against you. Because that's how they work. They're not playing fair. Like, okay, well, you don't want to fuck with one of us, you're not fucking with none of us. Again, that's why we don't have investors to fund our own operations. Again, going back to the Breakfast Club. As long as Charlemagne, Angela Yee, and DJ Envy, as long as they're all about the Breakfast Club, they're all good. But let one of them go to one of their bosses and say, okay, I want to do my own thing. I want to start my own show. I want to do this. I want to do that. You think they're going to fund that? No, because they would have been did it. They've been on the Breakfast Club, what, like 10 years? They done built it up. They've been doing it for like over 10 years. Because that's the only position that they are allowed to play to get that type of funding, to get that type of reach. Meaning none of them had national reach before the Breakfast Club. Charlemagne wasn't nationally known before the Breakfast Club, meaning they were popular in their particular city, in their particular section. Angela Yee, DJ Envy, they were popular amongst the people that they knew, but they didn't have national appeal. See, this is how we get tricked out of our position. We want national appeal. That's why a person would even want to get a record deal or on a record label, because you want national appeal. You're not satisfied with just being a local artist or a local radio jock, a local radio host. If you want national appeal, you're going to have to sign a record deal. Again, that's why people, there's only so many people that you can sell your CDs to when you're just selling out the trunk. You may have local appeal. You can go around your city and people know you, people blasting your music. But if you want national appeal, you're going to have to do a deal with a record label. You're not going to be able to fund your own operation on a national level. It costs hella cake just to have advertisement and marketing in one city. Now try to advertise and market in 100 cities, because you're going to need your own venues, which requires you to have real estate, and you need to pay insurance on that real estate. You need to pay taxes on that real estate. You need to employ people, security, and people that's making the food, people that's cleaning up, lights, camera. Like, you have to employ so many people. Like, it takes so much money. The reason why they're able to do it, because they're not doing it alone. They're not doing it alone. That's why they're able, that's why they're able to fork out all this money and make so much money back off of your backs. Because you're doing it alone, but they're not. That's why they only sign you and not the homies that's with you. You get the record deal. And then you got to figure out how to put your homie on. You see how that work? Then we wonder why people get backdoored and killed by their own people. They get extorted by their own people. Why? Because there's only one person that got a record deal. Now that one person got to figure out everybody's situation. Now you gotta think like a businessman, but again, you don't have the necessary resources to do what you need to do. Because they are funding you. They're not funding you and your whole team, your whole clique. They're funding you. You will then have to take the money that they give you, then fund your team. Because they're not funding your team. That's why it becomes so complex. That's why people get jealous and envious. Because you're getting a check from a record label, then you got to give your people a check, which is going to be a smaller piece. Because you got to take care of yourself first. You got to make sure that you're good first. You got to make sure that you keep a hot song out. You got to make sure that you're doing the appropriate features, which requires hella money. Then you got 6, 7, 8 dudes with you, and maybe some women with you, and you gotta help them figure out a situation. Again, they force you to be a businessman or a businesswoman, and most people are not equipped to do so. Let's say we get a modern Black Wall Street again, where we keep our funds cycling in our community and rarely, if ever, spend on things outside of ourselves. Would that ever be allowed? Not when you have a Walmart. Not when you have stocks. Let me explain. They say the dollar has to cycle like 7 times before it leaves your community to generate wealth. That means your dollar will have to touch 7 black hands before it ever touch another hand. Someone from a different culture, race, or creed. Which is what happened originally with the Black Wall Street. Because you had the investors who then paid the salaries of the workers. Then the workers went to shop at the black supermarkets, who were getting their food from black farms. Then the people growing the seeds were black. The farmers got their product from black. So you had 7, you could say the money was cycling, you could say 7 times before it ever left the community. And again, we did that because we had to. But what you gonna do when the prices is cheaper elsewhere? What you gonna do because we have to charge more because we don't have the same connections? So it's more expensive for us to do the same thing that everybody else is doing. See, this is the problem we have. Even to this day, we don't have the same connections. So even if we're trying to offer the same service, we have to charge more just to break even or try to turn a profit. So we can't even think about being better. Just to even match. Like, for example, trying to create a black Walmart, but you don't have the same connections as Walmart. So you got to charge more. So you got to keep saying, shop black owned, make sure you spend your money with the black owned. You got to say that. Because the prices is higher. Because people would just naturally come to you if you had the best price. You wouldn't have to say nothing. You wouldn't have to convince your people to shop black if you got the best price. people would naturally bring their ass and they would tell their friends. They would the word would spread instantly. You wouldn't even have to pay for advertisement or marketing. The word would spread so instantly because you got the best price. You know how hard it is to beat the price of Walmart? You're not going to be able to beat those prices. So that's why it's so hard for us to compete in these fields. Because our product is always going to cost more for the same thing. We can be offering the same thing, but you're paying more. And if you have the means to pay more, it's all good. But you know, most of our people don't have the means to pay more. So they're going to end up again going to where the price is affordable. See, that's the issue we have. It's hard for us to have affordable prices. Even when it's black owned, those prices be high, and you know it is. Those prices be high. It ain't. I don't know if it's any who got the best price. If it's black owned with the best price, it got better prices than Walmart. It got better prices than the 99-cent store. No, it don't. It's the same thing, but we got to charge more because we don't have the same connects. Our connects may not reach all the way to Mexico. Our connects may not reach all the way to China. That's why you see everything is made from China, right? Where is the Chinese connect? That's why they can keep the prices low, because they got Chinese connections. Where's our Chinese? The Chinese, you can say, don't even get along with us as is. So you see, it becomes an extreme issue because you don't have those Chinese connections. You don't have the connections to where the cheap labor is in China or India. We don't have Chinese connections. We don't have Indian connections where they can make the product cheap and you pay a low price. We may have connections, but they charging the fuck out of us, and they doing it on purpose. They force us to have high prices because they're taxing the fuck out of us. Because whatever connections we do have, they are taxing the fuck out of us. That's why those prices got to be high, like goddamn, they taxing the fuck out of us. So if you do manage to get a connect, they taxing the fuck out of you. You are getting taxed extremely to the point where you cannot even compete. That's why we have to beg and plead for people to buy black. Because you're basically asking the people to pay more money. You got to pay more money because we have to pay more money to get the product. Then another thing is like, well, why don't you just make the product yourself? Unfortunately, you know, we just have an easier time, you know, working for somebody that's different than us. As we call the white man, right? You know how hard it is to be black trying to control 100 black people? See, it's easy for the slave master to do it. They've been doing it. They got experience. You know how hard it is to be black and trying to organize hundreds of black people to think one way and to be unified in their actions? You know how challenging that is? And do you know how much you will have to pay? Because they're going to ask you, well, why work for you when I can work for Walmart? When I can work for Amazon? And they're going to pay me $15 an hour. So that's why we think it's good to raise minimum wage. But again, that just further eliminates us from the competition. So that means now you got to pay people the minimum of $15 for them to even consider working for you. And good luck trying to have these people listen to you and follow orders. You see how it is? Again, the game is wicked. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I'm saying all this stuff. The game is not sweet. It's not funny. Because we have to face this reality every day. The only thing that will allow you to supersede this bullshit. That's why I say the occult. You got to do some underworld activity. I'm not talking about necessarily crime. You got to access subtle resources. You got to access hidden resources to even compete, because they got this shit on lock. But that's what colonization is. They've been doing this for hundreds of years. They have been doing this for hundreds of years. They were selling people. That's what slavery was, selling people. They've been in business for hundreds of years. 1555. They've been doing this shit for half a century. How do you compete with that? People who have been doing this for generations, and we're just trying to start this shit now. We're trying to start something that they've been doing for half a century. No, half a century is 50 years. Because a century is 100 years. They've been doing this for 5 centuries. The CCP said if American companies manufacture over there, they have a 0% corporate tax rate. But the CCP partially owns your company. Even the American tax rate, when lowered to 15%, can't compete with 0%. Exactly. So you see how wicked it get? You see how wicked this get? How the fuck are you gonna compete when they got this shit locked and they been had it on lock? This ain't nothing new. A lot of these companies go back to slavery times, and it was slavery that really funded a lot of these companies that's still around. You think Walmart just fucking popped up out of nowhere? A lot of these companies were funded by slavery. A lot of these banks, a lot of these corporations were funded with slave money and slave labor. How do you compete with that? They didn't pay anybody anything. How do you compete with that? They had people working for free. How do you compete with that? So that's why you know it's a lot of fantasy talk. That's why we be having all this fantasy talk. But that's why I want to okay, let's get real. So we don't lose ourselves in the fantasy, because all they're doing again, they're just looking for a way to get you to buy into an idea that's never going to go anywhere. And that's the last thing I want you to do. Buying into these ideas that's not going to go anywhere, because we have to be realistic with what's actually going on here. All this is being done on purpose. This is not an accident. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but you got to have resources like crazy. Your resource game got to be ridiculous. That means you got to be beyond Jay-Z level. You got to be beyond Jay-Z level. If you're talking about doing something from the ground up, from scratch, and you're being your own investor, and you're funding yourself, and you create a company or a corporation out of it, that's the mysterious, magical talk. That's why, again, a lot of these people were occultists. That's why you had people like Albert Pike. You had Masons. A lot of these people were Freemasons or Masons. You got to be on some Dr. Doom levels of mastery. And that's why we're here, right? That's why we here. So that's why I don't be talking this stuff, you know, just for us to do some regular shit or to buy into these regular ideas. That's why I encourage and push the occult. That's why I don't have a business channel. I don't be talking about relationships. I don't be talking about what everybody else is talking about. Because it's not gonna go any goddamn where. Yeah, you may get a little clout, you may get a little fame, but it's not gonna make no real fucking impact. Because the people that actually did make an impact tapped into some mysterious shit. Yeah, whether we want to talk about Noble Drew Ali or Master Farad Muhammad. A lot of our people that were actually able to do things was into magi. They wasn't just businessmen or businesswomen. They were into magi. Because they knew this is the only way. Like, you basically you have to trick the trickster. And the trickster has centuries of game. Their game goes back centuries. They've been manipulating your psychology for centuries. And you're talking about you're trying to out trick the trickster? So you see, the odds are against us, but it's possible. That's why your game gotta be Qliphothic. You gotta be darker than dark. That's why they always tell you to go towards the light. Your game gotta be darker than dark. It can't just be dark. It gotta be darker. It gotta be pitch black. You gotta be on pitch black time. You gotta be full invisible. You gotta have invisibility. But that's what I told y'all. You gotta have the helmet of Pluto. Pluto is the planet of wealth. That's why we ain't talking about money. If we're talking about wealth, the planet of wealth is Pluto, which they demoted. Why do you think they demoted Pluto? Pluto is a planet of wealth. How do we know that? Because the word Plutos means wealth. So a person didn't just say that. The word itself means wealth. But everybody's focused on their sun sign, right? But you can say, well, actually, your path to wealth is actually through your Pluto. But who's going to tell you that, right? Your path to wealth actually will come through your Pluto. It's going to come to the very planet that you're not even thinking about. Because it's technically not even a planet no more. That's why they demoted it, because they didn't even want you to consider this energy, because that's pitch black. Pluto is only drawn to the dark light or the dark waves of the sun. Pluto is over 3 billion miles away from the sun. Almost 4 billion miles. So the only light that Pluto gets from the sun is the dark light, the dark waves. And that's actually what generates wealth. If we understand what's really going on here. See, that's why when you understand the astrology, the numerology, the Kabbalah, the Qliphoth, the tarot, the game is preserved there. But you see, you got to peel back the layers like no other. That's why they make it so mysterious. They make it so complex. You got to peel these layers. It's like a puzzle. You got to peel these layers back like no other. Remember, they created whole cities based on astrology. Washington, D.C. is a perfect example. Whole cities were created and started based on astrology. Astrology was the main science. That's why they tell you not to fuck with it. But they didn't build whole cities, whole legacies. Corporations were started based on electional astrology. It still goes on to this day. That's why J.P. Morgan says billionaires need astrologers, not millionaires. That's why, as you see, most of these people are what? Millionaires. The Charlamagne the Gods, the DJ Envies, the Angela Yees. All these people we so-called look up to, they are millionaires. That's why, yeah, it's all about putting God first. It's all about the light, love and light. That's millionaire talk. That's millionaire talk. What we're talking about here is billionaire talk. Billionaire can relate to astrologically, doing things. A billionaire can relate to timing. Things must be done according to time. That's why even presidents like Ronald Reagan, he had an astrologer. Just do your history. He avoided his own death before it even happened. Meaning he was supposed to die and he was able to avoid his own death. Because he had an astrologer like, yo, you don't move this day, move that day. Because somebody's coming to take your fucking life. You're supposed to die, but you can actually preserve your life even longer. An astrologer gave him that game. Not a businessman, not a businesswoman, an astrologer. When it's the best time to invest in certain stocks, when they're gonna go up, when they're gonna go down, that's astrology talk. But you see that they take it out. You think this shit? Where do you think all this shit comes from? They made their wealth, not money. They made their wealth off of the science of astrology. These numbers, again, these numbers, these points, all this language is astrology. It's numerology. It's Kabbalah. We just don't know it because they never say it out front. They're never straightforward with it. But the one that was straightforward with it, again, if you do your history on J.P. Morgan, you see he became the monopoly man. That's just how influential he was. Meaning he was the one that was showing businesses how to get on track. He would take failing businesses and make them successful. That's just how superior he was in his intellect. He can take a failing business and make it profitable. So he knew how to fix these businesses. That's what made him a billionaire, because he knew how to fix things that were broken and he knew how to get things on track. That's why they made him the monopoly man. We still tap into his energy to this day via the monopoly game because of his influence. Because we think, oh, the monopoly game is just about, being a capitalist, when it's the furthest thing from that. He was teaching a capitalist how to be capitalistic. They thought they was a capitalist before J.P. Morgan stepped on the scene. And the bank HQ are on ley lines, vortex points. That's what I mean. They are utilizing this science. They just not going to tell you about it, because that's how you generate wealth. So why the fuck would they tell you about it? Why they want you to acknowledge it? They would rather you go to church and read the Bible and then condemn, the devil's word. That's what they call it. They would condemn the devil's word and focus on God's word. Because God can make you a millionaire. But God ain't gonna make you a billionaire. Damn. I mean, it don't get no realer than that. It don't get no realer than that. That's probably the realest thing I said the whole goddamn time. Yeah, you can be a millionaire fucking with God, but you ain't gonna make it to the billionaire level. But that's the level you need to be on if you're trying to actually make change in the world. If you're actually trying to supersede the system, if you're actually trying to be able to navigate around these snakes who's holding all of us back strategically, you got to be on J.P. Morgan time. Because for those who don't know, he was a fucking rebel. He wasn't this nice, God-loving person. Excuse me about that. He wasn't. His personality was very rebellious. He was like on some Donald Trump shit. So the first Donald Trump was J.P. Morgan, just to give a modern example. He was on that Donald Trump shit. He was on that Elon Musk shit. As you see, these billionaires are rebels. They are not like millionaires. They don't behave like millionaires. They don't talk like millionaires. They on a whole different frequency. And it's for a good reason. Because they're on Plutonian time. Because that's the planet that's going to grant you wealth. We can get all the money we want. But the planet that grants you wealth is Pluto, which just so happens to be the lord of the underworld. Imagine that. It's the lord of the underworld that grants you wealth. Not the lord of the heavens, which you can say is Venus. Venus, you can say, is like it's the queen of heaven. But the queen of heaven doesn't grant you wealth. It grants you money. So this is why Pluto was demoted. Because Pluto began to go through changes. And if we continue to track Pluto and acknowledge Pluto, things would have changed a lot more rapidly than they are now. They were able to slow down your own evolution because we stopped acknowledging Pluto. Now it's all about the sun, which is the light. And we're the furthest away from the dark. That's why we're the furthest away from wealth. That's why it takes somebody like me to be drinking some goddamn silver tequila, channeling the Qliphoth, to put all this together. See, again, we've been thinking about all this stuff, but separately. All I'm doing is putting the puzzle pieces together so that we can see it holistically. Instead of thinking about it individually, I'm just doing my best to put all these pieces together. The puzzler. That's why I call myself the puzzler. I'm just putting all the pieces together. Pieces we already know all this stuff. But we're striving to put it all together so it makes sense holistically. So we know, okay, well, this is what we need to do. This is how we can forge a plan and make something happen. They want us to focus on Mercury and Jupiter for money. Exactly. And Mercury is the god of thieves. Mercury is a god of thieves. And that's who runs shit. Thieves. Then Jupiter is the famous people who distracts us. We're distracted by the fame, but that's why I tell y'all about infamy. And about becoming famous. It's about being infamous. I was the one that told you that. I'm like, yeah, so let everybody else chase the clout. Let everybody else chase the fame. This is about infamy. That's Pluto. Go into your darkness. Go into the underworld. Fuck that light shit. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna blow my nose. I don't want to do that on camera. Hold on. So, this definitely is probably the realest live I've ever did. But it's necessary, it's needed. Somebody got to tell the truth, right? Well, everybody else is leading us astray, and we wonder why we're not getting any closer to our goals. This is why. And I put it all in one live stream, right? So I'll drink to that. Right, I'll drink to that. Why do y'all think I play the music backwards? To get you to think in reverse, starting from Pluto first. Pluto first. What's your take on Henry Ford and Andrew Tate? I really don't know much about Andrew Tate. I probably heard about him like when everybody else heard about him when he got deplatformed. I guess I heard a couple of his talks. But to me, it's just millionaire shit. But if we're talking about Henry Ford, what he did that was excellent was, see, most people think about Henry Ford and they think about he invented the car. Henry Ford did not invent the car. He made it affordable. Henry Ford is a reason why everybody's around here driving around this bitch. Because before him, the average person could not afford a vehicle. It was too fucking expensive. But what did he do? He made it to a way. He made it a way to like, yeah, you can actually afford a vehicle. Before Henry Ford, it wasn't too many people with vehicles. Like you had to be caked up to even have a vehicle. Now it's not the case anymore. So that's where his genius lies. The genius of Henry Ford was he made what everybody wanted because everybody, needs transportation. He made transportation in a vehicle affordable. So that's why, he was able to amass so much wealth because he made it affordable, which goes back to my previous point of that's why when you try to do anything again black owned or whatever culture creed you're from, you're trying to be pro whatever it is that you're pushing, them prices gotta be low. You gotta have the best price. Because all people will come to you when you got the best price. It's like all people shop at Walmart. It's not just white. It ain't just black. It ain't just Latino. All people take their ass to Walmart. Because Walmart has the best price. So you see that it transcends anybody else's agenda. Everybody is going to Walmart. Or they're going wherever that the best price is. Whoever got the best price, everybody's coming. Everybody. That's why they make it extremely hard to be competitive and gain a profit if you're trying to have the best price. So Henry Ford made it affordable. He had the best price. And you can say that's the key. The key is having the best price. Making it affordable. If you plan to go in that direction, it has to be affordable. You can't charge more than Walmart, than Target, than Walgreens, than Goodwill. You can't charge more and expect people to be long-term supporters. Because the only people that's going to be able to afford it is the people that are already well off. But that should not be your audience. That's why Walmart makes more than you can say a Gucci or a Fendi. Any of these luxury brands. I'm not saying they don't make money, but they ain't making Walmart money. But you see, it's a whole different type of customer that they try to attract. Most people can't afford these luxury things, but they can afford Walmart. So Walmart gets everybody. Even millionaires shop at Walmart. Because Walmart got the best price. Like, just because you got money don't mean you're just spending it ridiculously. You still want a deal. You're still trying to get the best bang for your buck. Even if you have it to spend. So again, like we don't be having the best price. That's why we don't be able to do what we feel that we should be able to do. Because again, they made it that way. They made it to where they can have the best price because they got the connects. They got overseas connects. Ronald Reagan had an astrologer as one of his advisors. Yeah, I spoke about that. That's how he was able to avoid the first execution. He was almost executed one time and he was able to avoid it. So yeah, that's just it don't get no realer than that. People in high places definitely have astrologers. That's why this is a sacred art. Because when you really know how to decode this art, I mean, it gets, again, whole cities have been built off of astrology. Whole civilizations, again, Egypt, Kemet, astrology, alchemy, numerology. This is how all these civilizations became great. Basically, a first world country. You can say that's the difference between a first world country and a third world country. Is that these people accept astrology. They take the advice of astrologers. They're not so much dependent on nature. Like I was saying at the beginning of the video, again, you got more sophisticated magic, and then you can say nature magic or earth magic. You can say the more sophisticated magic is mathematics. That's the astrology, the numerology, the Kabbalah, the tarot, the Qliphoth. That's the more sophisticated. The average person ain't gonna be able to grasp all that. But the average person, you can say, can grasp some earth magic. The average person know how to light a candle. They know how to do a chant. They know how to take their ass to church. But the average person ain't decoding their astrology chart though. Like that's some first world shit. You got to be sophisticated. You know, that's not for a simple-minded person. A simple-minded person is not going to be able to comprehend advanced mathematics because it all is equations. It all comes down to equations. Advanced equations. That's what the number 0 did. And the number 0 correlates to what? Oh yeah, that's right. Pluto. The number 0 is what allowed mathematics to advance itself. Trigonometry, astrology. You would not be able to have astrology without the 0 because the first degree of any sign is 0. It's not 1, it's 0. It's from 0 degrees to 29 degrees. So we know every zodiac is 30 degrees, but the first degree is not the 1. The first degree is the 0. From 0 to 29. So all these advanced equations that occurs with astrology is because of 0. 0 takes you to a whole nother dimension of mathematics, which the average person is not on. The average person knows about from 1 to 9. Even binary code is just zeros and ones. It's that 0 is there. That's Pluto and the sun. 0, 1, Pluto, sun. So you see, Pluto is there. That's why binary code is advanced, because of Pluto. It's not because of the sun. It's not because of the 1. It's because of the 0. Excuse me. That's how you're able to do advanced measurements. All these 0.5s, 0.3, 0.0028. That 0 is what takes us to what we call the Qliphoth, the dark world. You can get into very, very small measurements that the average person can't comprehend because of 0. 0 took you right to the Qliphoth. So all these scientists revolve around the 0. Anything advanced revolves around the zero, revolves around Pluto, who is a lord of the underworld, meaning the hidden god, the invisible god. Then you have Persephone, who is the queen of hell. So he has his queen too. She spends 6 months in hell and 6 months in heaven. So she divides half her time in hell, half her time in heaven. And we don't even have to go into that science, what that truly means. But I'm just giving you the hint. Because we're talking about Pluto. But why does a wife have to spend 6 months in hell and 6 months in heaven? That's to show you the supreme nature of the woman. Just like the queen can move all over the fucking chessboard while the king moves one square at a time. The queen is unlimited, can move in any damn direction as far as she wants. So just like Persephone, she's able to navigate not just hell, but she also has access to heaven. Why do you think witches were so powerful? That Kabbalah video you did was deep with the 22 paths, the Hebrew letters, 4 layers of the Sephiroth and the Lima Crowley connection. I gotta up my studies. That's what I'm here to do. Because you see, this shit is advanced. This is not for the simple-minded. That's why I'm here. Just to show you that I'm pretty sure all of you already have. You know, you're already drawn to the occult in some form or fashion. I'm just showing you that there's more to the equation here. I understand your desire, but there is more to the equation here. There's more layers than we even realize. So you definitely should get on your studies so that you can see these hidden layers that you're not able to see yet. Because the zero is still evasive. In the myth, it was the seasons to represent life, and the other two, death. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. That's why mythology is mathematics. Mythology just houses the science of the universe. So when we are reading our mythologies, it's teaching you about the mysteries of the universe through gods and goddesses and stories. The science is preserved through the stories. That's what it's really about. That's why most people don't even comprehend mythology. That shit is not fantasy. That is science. That is mathematics. If only you knew, right? That's why I speak about Pluto. Because if you are familiar with the story of Pluto, which is a Roman god, so when I say Pluto, that's the Roman god. Just like astrology has Roman deities. That's why it's called Venus and not Aphrodite. That's why it's called Pluto and not Hades. That's why it's called Mars and not Aries. That's why it's called Jupiter and not Zeus. Those are Roman gods and goddesses. But you see, that's the average person don't even comprehend that shit either. Like, what was the point of why use Roman gods and goddesses instead of Greek gods and goddesses? There's a reason for that. So when we study astrology, we're also studying mythology. Because you become familiar with these stories. From a Roman perspective. That's why I say Plutos represents wealth, not Hades. The word Hades does not translate to wealth. Pluto translates to wealth. Just to give you a little hint. Jupiter is not Zeus. I didn't say Jupiter is Zeus. Jupiter is Jupiter. But Jupiter is the sky god in Roman mythology. In Greek mythology, the sky god is Zeus. So yes, these gods and goddesses are not the same, but they correspond. So before you had a Jupiter, you had a Zeus. Zeus predates Jupiter because Greece came before Rome. So when we study astrology, we are introduced to Roman gods and goddesses, not Greek gods and goddesses. And there's a reason for that. And I just gave you the hint. That's why Plutos represents wealth, but Hades does not. Just to give you a little insight as to why Roman gods and goddesses are used and not Greek gods and goddesses. Yeah, it makes it simple enough for a common person to understand it. How would the average person begin to know what Baphomet is if it's a mathematical equation and not a provocative image we see today? Very, very, very insightful, Dank Wizard. As usual. As usual. You clearly that's why your name is Dank Wizard, right? You're clearly a wizard. That's why I made you a mod a long ass time ago, man. This guy here. You're the king of correspondences. Exactly. Why try to teach somebody advanced mathematics when you can just put it in the form of a deity, which everybody's going to remember when they see it once? Everybody who has saw the Baphomet, you're going to remember that image. That ain't something that you can forget. So then when you begin to break down the symbolism piece by piece, when you begin to break down that star, that torch, the masculine and the feminine arm, the cross legs, the two serpents, the scales, the world that he sits upon or she sits upon, or I should say and he and she. It's all geometry. It's all mathematics. It's all contained within symbolism. So yes, you can say symbolism is just geometry, which is a form of mathematics. So it still goes back to math. You're just using geometry, as we call sacred geometry. You can say it's easier for people to grasp sacred geometry than regular geometry. People know about the flower of life or the seed of life. They know about Metatron's cube and yantras. It's all geometry. Pyramids, triangles, circles, squares. which then takes us to the 5 Platonic solids: dodecahedron. So the Baphomet sits on top of the dodecahedron, which is one of the 5 Platonic solids, which you can fit multiple stars inside. So you see, it's all mathematics, which is a code in and of itself, because every number has a meaning. And we're able to comprehend those meanings via symbols. That's why mathematics is a language of the universe. Because symbols, seals, sigils are universal. Everybody knows what a star is. It don't matter if you're in America or China. You know what a star is. You know what a triangle is. You know what a square is. You know what a circle is. That's the language that we all can understand, regardless of what our culture may be. We all understand those shapes. So once you're able to identify meanings behind those shapes, you're able to transcend your own culture, your creed, your race. You're able to transcend all of your limitations, or limitations that you thought you had. Mathematics transcends all limitations, because that's what unifies us. A person may not speak English, but if you start putting up some mathematical equations, they can follow along with what you're saying. Even if y'all need a translator to understand each other, or y'all gonna understand those equations though. You see how that works? You may need a translator to translate, but those equations are universal. Just like mythology is universal. It's the same story being repeated for every type of person, culture, creed. It's the same story just repeated for a different type of person. Like whatever mythology you're drawn to is based on the type of person you are. Some people are drawn to the Kemetic mythology. Some people are drawn to the Greek. Some people are drawn to the Roman. Some people are drawn to the so-called African, the Chinese, the Japanese. All these mythologies is based on the type of person you are, based on your culture, but they are all conveying the same thing because they use the same language of mathematics. It's the same language, the same universal language. Everybody knows what a star is. It don't matter what corner of the world that you're in, you know what a star is. Everybody has the ability to look up in the sky and gaze upon stars, and then come to the realization that these stars have certain signatures. They are a part of a bigger body called a constellation. And that constellation takes the form of certain animals, certain shapes. It's all geometry. So the true key truly is mathematics. That's what unlocks everything. That's why people honor people like Einstein and Tesla, because these were mathematicians. They understood the language of the universe. They understood it differently, but nonetheless, they understood. So that's why we put these people on a pedestal, because they completely changed the way we viewed reality. That's also what quantum physics did. We wouldn't even be here speaking right now, being able to connect with each other without quantum physics. It's because of quantum physics, that we even have cell phones, that we even have computers, that we even have all these tools that are considered 21st century. It all is based on quantum physics, even video games. All this is based on quantum physics. That's what changed the world. To the point where they still are struggling to understand quantum physics to this day. To this day, they still ain't figured it out. It's still a fucking mystery. It's so mysterious that they are willing to pay people millions of dollars. I don't know if y'all know this, but there are 6 unanswered math problems that if you were able to answer one of these 6 unanswered math problems, they will give you $1 million. It was 7 in total, but one of the problems were answered. So it used to be 7, now it's 6. These are they call it unsolvable problems. They're unsolvable, at least at this point. They will be solved eventually, but these are problems that just people, they're not able to fucking figure this shit out. But each time one of those questions are solved, the world will change. Once those unsolvable problems are solved, it will change the world. So I just brought that up just in case, you know, you just looking for a quick $1 million, you know, that you need to pocket. You see, it's all type of ways to get that. Meaning maybe you should be one of the people that solve one of these unsolvable problems. Because if you do, you're going to get $1 million, and you see that's, you know, that's going to put you on a whole different plane. So while everybody else is trying to get famous, maybe it's for you to be the mathematician. To figure out the secrets of these numbers. I'm not sure why this is pinned. Hold on. Oh, fuck it. So I'll make this a even 4 hours. So we got about 10 minutes. Yeah, we definitely had to change the game today. We definitely had to change the game. You say we have true will instead of free will. If, when these problems are solved, does that prove determinization or determinism, Freudianism, psychology is real? You could say if, when, they're going to be solved. It may take another 100 years. But let me explain the difference between true will and free will, so that we understand each other here. What most people view as free will is not actually free will, because we exist in limitation. I mean, you can say, okay, it's my free will. I can go wherever I want. I can do whatever I want, but you still exist within 3D space, which has limitations. Meaning you can't just get up and fly. Okay, I want to fly. You ain't about to fly. So your so-called free will is still limited to 3D space, third dimensional space. The true will, however, has, I'm not even going to say it has no limitations. Your true will is your ability to recognize that your intelligence supersedes those limitations. I'll put it that way. your true will is you acknowledging that you can tap into an intelligence beyond this three-dimensional limitation. That's why it says every man and every woman is a star. So that means while everybody is thinking they're human beings, exercising their free will, you're actually a star orbiting right now. In real life, you're actually a star. You just don't know it until you know. So whatever limitations you think you have are actually superseded because you are channeling the intelligence from a particular star. That's why it's called a birth star. We all have a birth star. And that's what makes people unique. It's not even your zodiac sign, because you could say there can be a room full of Aries. It can be a room full of Scorpios. But the differences between them is that birth star. That's what really gives people their signatures. And how do we know this? Because that's the difference between the wandering stars and the fixed stars. You have wandering stars called planets, and you have fixed stars called constellations. And it's the fixed stars that actually give the unique attributes to the planets. That's the whole science of mundane astrology. Mundane astrology is really based on the fixed stars. It's not even based on the planets. Because the planets get their particular personalities from the fixed stars. The fixed stars attributes, they don't manifest by themselves. The fixed stars must materialize their influence through the wandering stars. The wandering stars materialize the signature of the fixed stars. They don't just have their own intelligence. They need a medium. The medium becomes the wandering stars. So you can say we're all wandering stars. We appear to have free will, doing whatever the fuck we want. But you see, every planet is within its own orbit. They're not colliding into each other. So the difference between free will and true will is like the wandering stars and the fixed stars. Yes, we are all technically planets. But what makes you you, what makes you original, your signature actually comes from a fixed star. It's not coming from the planets. It's coming from a fixed star that represents your true intent. Your true intent is based on a fixed star, as we call the birth star. That's why we all have a holy guardian angel. Your holy guardian angel is there to remind you of this star intelligence. But again, in the West, we don't really pay too much mind to the fixed stars because we're just so caught up in the planets, minus Pluto. So when those unanswerable or unsolvable questions are answered, it's not going to be because a planet went retrograde or a planet is going through a particular phase. It's going to be because of those fixed stars having influence over a particular planet, which will download the necessary intelligence into a human being, and they're going to crack the code. So the sooner you tap into your true will, the sooner you can download your star intelligence and gain access to your source code, which then allows you to manipulate your reality. Because again, that's why I say that's the difference between free will. People think they're doing what they're doing, but they're not, because they're bound by karma. People are bound by karma, as we were explaining earlier, which is your thoughts. The only thing strong enough to free you from your own karma is your star intelligence, is your true will, is your fixed star, is your birth star. That's how you can change the trajectory. There we go. Of your destiny and your fate. Your free will doesn't change your fate. Meaning, what you decide to do or not to do does not change your fate. Your fate is not influenced because you decide to go right versus going left. Because you're going to inevitably end up at the same destination. It don't matter what route you take. That's the difference. The difference is you think you have control because you're able to choose what route you use. But it's not the route that alters the fate, because you're going to still end up exactly where you need to be. Because your destiny and your fate is connected to your true will, which is your source code. So it's just like an app. We can just say YouTube, meaning you have the free will to watch whatever video on YouTube that you want to watch, right? But you're still within the bounds of YouTube. You don't get to change the source code of YouTube to suit your preferences. You still have to exist within the limitations of YouTube like everyone else. However, if you gain access to that source code, if you gain access to that algorithm, now shit changes for you. That's tapping into your true will. Just using modern examples. Accessing your true will is like tapping into YouTube's algorithm, like tapping into YouTube's source code. Now you're able to make changes. Now you're able to alter the overall destiny and fate of the website, of the app. So when you are the app, your free will, meaning your ability to navigate the app how you please, doesn't change the source code. It doesn't change the algorithm. In order to change the algorithm, you must tap into the source code, which is your true will. Your true will is you tapping into the source code so that you can manipulate the algorithm in your favor, because you're able to rewrite it to benefit you. So that's all we're doing. We're blinded by free will because we think, like, okay, well, I can either do this or do that. I can either work at Walmart or I can work at Target. Your true will is, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm not working for no damn body. Or if I do decide to work for anybody, it's going to be based on my terms. Nobody else is going to make my terms. I get to make my own terms. Which means you will know exactly what type of job you want, or where you would like to dedicate your time, where you would like to devote your time. The type of people, essentially the type of job you would want will be based on the type of people that you would want to be around. That's your true will. Your true will is, okay, I'm going to work based on the type of people that I want to be around. I'm not even looking at the check. See, the free will, you're still thinking about the check. Okay, well, Walmart is offering 15, Target is offering 13, so I'm going to take the 15. And the 13 is going to be backup. Your true will is, okay, I'm going to take this $10, which is going to put me in the room with the type of people that I need to be amongst. And I'm going to work my way out of that $10 because I'm going to be in the midst of people that can help me elevate myself to my highest chambers. but I'm gonna take that hit. But again, your free will ain't go because you're thinking about all you can do with that $15 an hour. You think, like, yeah, why the fuck would I ever take $10 when I can make 15? But the 15 don't put you in a particular environment where you're gonna meet certain type of people that can assist you. But the $10 an hour may just do that. So your true will is, I'm gonna go where I need to be to elevate my will, because it's love under will. So while everybody's trying to do what they love, you're doing what you will. Love is a law. Love under will. So you follow your bliss, but your bliss is under your will, because it's your will that gives you the bliss to follow in the first place. Because if you did not will it to be, there would be no bliss at all. In other words, whatever it is that gives you bliss is based on your true will. Because it's a bunch of stuff that don't give you bliss. But if something does give you bliss, it is because of your true will. It's because this certain something will alter your destiny or your fate. So when they say follow your heart, it means follow your bliss, because following your heart or following your bliss actually has the ability to alter your DNA, which brings you closer to your source code. In order to gain access to your source code, you must be in bliss. Hence, that $15 an hour is good money, but you're not going to be in bliss. That $10 is less, but that gives you an opportunity to be in an environment where you're blissful the whole day. You're able to generate bliss on a continual basis. And that's what allows you to muster up the necessary power to meet the people you need to meet to take yourself to the next level. Meaning you need to be materializing your bliss. But you see, the average person is not willing to make that sacrifice, because again, they are used to a certain type of lifestyle. And that's why, again, most people are disgruntled, but they have plenty of money. Most people can pay their goddamn bills, but they're disgruntled about it. Because they're not manifesting their bliss. They're manifesting money, but they're not manifesting bliss, because they put money over bliss. But when you put bliss over money, then you are actually altering the entire trajectory. I gotta say that word slowly. Of your destiny, because of the energy you generate, because you're following your will, because it wouldn't give you bliss if it was not according to your will, if it was not in alignment with your will. In order to be in alignment with your will, you must be in bliss. You must do what gives you bliss, what makes you blissful, whatever it is that may be, and that becomes your currency. A lot of super successful people worked as interns for free, like Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and The Law of Success in 16 Lessons. Exactly. Napoleon Hill was instructed by Andrew Carnegie to interview the richest people, but for no money. And he was hurting at the time, as the story goes. He was hurting, like, I need this damn check. I'm here for a check. But he didn't get the check. He was offered to be in the presence and interview people that went way beyond the check. They ain't even thinking about a check. The check comes to them. They ain't even got to think about the check. The check is just trying to find their ass. So you see, he was faced with a quagmire. You get to learn from the wisest people on the planet for no money, or you take the money. You know, you're able to feed yourself. You're able to take care of yourself. But the cost is, you know, you're not satisfied because there's no bliss there. There's money there. There's survival. So you're basically, your choice is following your survival or following your destiny. That's the lower chakras. The root chakra, Saturn, survival. Then you have Jupiter, the sex chakra, which is bliss. And that's why Jupiter represents gifts. Saturn represents hard labor, but Jupiter represents gifts. So that's why you have some people that gotta bust their ass for their money. They gotta work like a fucking slave. And then you got other people that do what they do, and people just give them gifts, as we like to call in today's times, donations. You got people that labor, then you got people that get donations because they're operating from a different currency, because they chose to follow their bliss. And when people follow their bliss, it is inspiring to other people. That's why people will want to donate. That's why people will want to give you gifts, because they appreciate your ability to follow your bliss and you're sharing it with others. To the point where you wouldn't even need money. Hence why you said, like, you got people that intern for free, because, like, you don't need money when you're surrounded by these types of individuals. If you're surrounded by people that got everything figured out, why would you even need money? You think they're gonna let you pay for anything? And they see that you're not asking for anything? You see how that works? See, again, that's the difference between money and currency. Most people are chasing out the money because they don't understand the way currency works. Because currency is like a friendship. You can say friends are gifts. It's a pleasure to be amongst friends. It's blissful to be amongst friends. And you just generate more and more bliss when you are amongst each other in each other's presence. And that's what friends are for. That's why Jupiter is a planet of expansion. Jupiter is there to expand energy. Your energy is expanded when you are in a state of bliss, when you're in an environment that can cultivate your bliss to the point where you're not even thinking about money. See, most people's always thinking about money. They can't stop thinking about money. The only thing that's going to supersede your thoughts of money is bliss. Meaning you're probably not thinking about money, you know, when you're with your love partner, when you're intimate with your partner. Not thinking about no goddamn money, because you're in a state of bliss. Just like you're not thinking about no money when you're laughing and you're enjoying laughter in an environment with people that's accepting of you. only bliss can supersede, you could say, our desire for survival. Everybody's trying to survive out here. But if more people were following their bliss, we wouldn't have to even think about survival. If you understand where I'm going, you wouldn't even have to think about survival. If you had enough people following their bliss, there would be no world hunger. We wouldn't have any of the issues we have at all. If people were following their bliss, because everybody will be taken care of just based off of the currency that is being generated. Because that's just the power of currency. That's the difference between, again, money and currency. See, when it comes to the mortgage, when it comes to the rent, the only language that speaks is money. You can't pay your rent with currency. You can't pay your mortgage with currency. But when it comes to friendship, friendships are not bought with money. Friendships are earned through currency. The camaraderie is a form of currency. That's what connects the people together. The currency. Now, it gets a little different with marriage. Because, people can fall in and out of love. But that's why friendship is so powerful. That's why currency is more powerful than money. You can have no money in your pocket, but if you are full of currency, if you are able to make someone smile, make someone laugh, make someone feel better about themselves, give somebody hope, make them feel appreciated, any of those things. If you're able to generate bliss for another person, that's more powerful than any money that you can put in their hand. In fact, they may give you money. That's why some people just like being around people. Like, oh, this person is funny. I just like being around them. They just like being in that atmosphere. It don't have nothing to do with money. That's why friends should just like being amongst each other. They just like each other's company. It makes them feel more richer in spirit. And the richer you are in spirit, that creates the path of wealth. You must be rich in spirit. Because if people like being around you, they will have no problem hiring you or making you a part of their team, bringing you in on their projects. It's nothing to them. It's like it's not even a second thought. It's nothing. Like, yo, don't even worry about it. Like, like, don't even worry about it. I just enjoy your presence. You can't put a price on that. You see, you can't put a price on currency. Stars have currency. That's why it says every man and every woman is a star in the book of the law. It's trying to tell you that stars are currency. You can't buy a star. Stars have nothing to do with money. Money didn't create stars. Currency did. Currency is what creates stars, what creates planets, what creates what we call wealth. That is a manifestation of currency. Things that money can't buy, as they say. So again, while everybody's thinking about, luxury cars and yachts, super expensive hotels, just looking for ways to spend their money, when it says every man and every woman is a star, that's just a reminder. You can't be bought. You are living currency. It's crazy how celebrities are called superstars. It's a reason for that. It's a reason why people pay celebrities large amounts of money, because they are living currency. That's why somebody will want to hire you to act this part, because of your currency. Why else would someone give you the job? They're not giving you the job because they just have the money to give. You can give the money to any goddamn body. It's the currency that they possess, because they know that they are stars. You have to know that you are a star before people begin to acknowledge you as one. Meaning you have to acknowledge your own currency before other people acknowledge it. So when it says every man and every woman is a star, that's you acknowledging your own star intelligence, which then will allow others to see it for what it is. Why? Because you're not thinking about money. Celebrities or superstars, they're not thinking about money. The money is thinking about them. That's why the money is coming to them. They're not thinking about money. Money is not coming to people that's thinking about money. That's why people are called money chasers. That's why people are always chasing money. You don't have to chase money if money is thinking about you. Why would you need to chase money if money is thinking about you? You have to chase money because money is not thinking about you. Because if money was attracted to you, money will find your ass. You will be hiding and money is finding you. Like, damn, how the fuck you find me over here? Oh, I was thinking about you. Which drew me to you. It's just that simple. Celebrities don't have to think about money. That's why money is always looking for their ass. That's why people are always looking at their Instagram pages, their TikToks, their websites. Most people are thinking negatively about money. And again, that's why they have to chase it. They're repelling the money. That's why they have to chase it. They're repelling money. What makes you stop repelling money? Not thinking about it. Focusing on your bliss. Focusing on your currency. That's what a celebrity does. That's what a superstar does. They know the power of their voice, their talent, whatever it may be. Meaning a singer is just thinking about singing. They just so happen to get paid for it. But they didn't get to the level that they were on thinking about money. They got to the level that they were on because they wanted to master their song. They wanted to master their voice. They wanted to master their talent. And when you become a master of your craft, the money is looking for you. It's trying to find you. Because you mastered your craft. You mastered your talent. The money is looking for you now. Because you just spent all your time thinking about your own currency and you mastered it. A master at something doesn't have to think about money. People want to pay them because they are a master at what they do. If you know how to make rings and you are a master ring maker, motherfuckers is going to want you to make rings for them. Because they see the ring that you made for other people. Like, God damn, look at that ring. That shit is masterful. That is art. I need one. Now they looking for your ass. Because of what mastery you have put into the world. Damn, that person's voice makes me cry. Damn, they make me feel good. I'm going to go see them. I'm going to pay them. Because they have mastered their voice. They mastered their talent. See, this is what I'm saying. That's why when you step up the vibration, when you be a master of your own star intelligence, aka your free will, when you master, not your free will, your true will, when you master your true will, your Thelema, you don't have to think about these things. You just become a master of whatever your talent is. Whatever your orbit is, you become a master at that. People will be looking for you because you are a master. It ain't too many masters out here. You don't have an abundance of masters. You have an abundance of money chasers. 93 Violet. You have an abundance of masters. No, you have an abundance of money chasers, but you don't have an abundance of masters. Because you have to take your mind off of the money. Which is not easy to do because, again, rent fucking comes every month. Mortgage comes every month. Bills is coming every goddamn month. Which is why most people, again, that's why Saturn is the heaviest planet. But Jupiter is the biggest planet. Jupiter is the most vast planet, but Saturn is the heaviest. So that's why people are always falling victim to the influence of Saturn, because Saturn is the heaviest. But Jupiter got that scenery though. Jupiter is vast. You're like, God damn, Jupiter is. Let me see. Like, how big is Jupiter in comparison to the Earth? I know, like, it's stupid. It don't make no goddamn sense. Exactly. Jupiter is 11.2 times larger than the Earth. 11.2 times larger. So Jupiter is the size of 11 Earths. And we think this Earth is big. Look at all this shit that happened on this Earth. Jupiter is like 11 Earths in one. Ridiculous. 11 Earths in one. So that just goes to show you. Jupiter got them scenes. You can't compete with that. But again, Saturn is heavy as fuck though. Saturn is what, have people in depression, feeling bad for themselves, wanting pity, being victims, so on and so forth. That's all Saturn. That's you start feeling like, damn, I'm really fucked up out here. Damn, I'm really struggling out here. That's Saturn. You start going into your karmic energies. Falling for the traps, falling for the okie doke, as people call the devil, right? But Jupiter, you see, it's just one planet away though. See, this is what happened when I started opening up those Qliphoth gates. See, it's a whole different energy. You see, we didn't went way deeper than we usually go. Let's fucking clip off of your ass. And this is why it's so important to know these things. Because when you know, you can tap into what you need to tap into when you need to tap into it. But you can't do it if you don't know it. Same thing, you can't access certain doors if you don't know the password. So it don't matter how hard you work. It don't matter how bad you may want it. If you don't know that password, you ain't getting in. That's the lesson of Jupiter. Jupiter is like, you can struggle all you want, but that's not going to get you no closer to that password. How do we know? Because Jupiter is also the original ruler of Pisces before Neptune. So before Neptune, the original ruler of Pisces was Jupiter. And we know Pisces is the dreamer. The dreamer. So where do you think you discover those passwords? Oh, that's right, in your dreams. That's why they call them dream chasers. Chase your dream. Not the money. Don't chase money. Chase your dream. Because chasing your dream gives you bliss. And from the nothing comes something. Because Pisces gives you, gives you access to what we call the unconscious mind, which is your magical self. That's where all the passwords are. Your memories that you don't even remember, that you don't even know you have. Passwords that you don't even know you have. You already got passwords that you don't even know you have. But they're buried within the unconscious mind, as we call the shadow world. And Pisces represents the shadow world, as we call the shadow realm. The shadow realm is located in Pisces, which, again, the original ruler is Jupiter. So not only does Jupiter rule Sagittarius, it also rules Pisces. Sagittarius is all about expanding your horizons. But how do you expand your horizons? You must develop a dream. The only way for you to expand your horizons is to dream. Because you can take things further when you dream. So you can only access your conscious mind when you're awake. You have to go into trance. If you want to access your deeper mind, that requires you to go into a trance or to go into a dream. That's how you're able to supersede your own intellect. See, people value intellect. They overvalue their intellect. Your dreams can take you beyond your own intellect. Meaning there's certain things that you just don't know. But there's certain things that you can discover in dreams that you couldn't have thought about. Like we think too much. Again, that's why we creating all this karma for ourselves, because we're trying to think our way out of every goddamn thing. How do I do that? How do I do that? How do I make more money? I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do this. Like we're just always like we're thinking like that's the only thing we're capable of because that's how we've been taught. You gotta think. You gotta critically think. That's what they always talking about, right? You gotta think critically. Think. But thinking is only gonna take you so damn far. It's not until you dream that you begin to discover your potential. Like, damn, I can actually go beyond thinking to a place that is called no thought, that they call nirvana. Nirvana is a state of no thought. Nirvana is a state of no thought. That's where the Buddha is. Thomas Edison, Tesla, yes, all these people were able to stop their thinking. They realized they can't think their way into inventions that's going to change the world. That's not something you fucking think about. That's something that has to be channeled. You have to channel something that's going to be world changing or even life changing to even change your own life. As I gave, that's why I was showing y'all the graffiti in the earlier. I feel like I've been live for a long fucking time, but I guess it's only been a couple hours. God damn. I feel like I've been on this bitch for a long ass time. That's why I was showing y'all the art. That I said, like, this is coming from dreams. I started doing these things because I was inspired by a dream. That's why I wanted to show y'all all those pieces. I was inspired by a dream. And then that dream allowed me to go places I otherwise wouldn't have went, meet people I otherwise wouldn't have met, and then have an experience to even come back to talk about. You see all those seals and all these symbols, like none of that would have ever happened without those dreams. I would have never channeled any of that. But see, now like I have the evidence that I'm actually able to show things that you're not going to see anywhere else. Those are all original pieces. Hold on, let me, because I know the camera was kind of blurry before. Hold on. I know the camera was blurry. Let me show you this. Let me show you this stuff up close. Hold on. But yeah, I'm doing this because I know if I don't do it, it just ain't gonna get done. So that's why I take time out of my day. So I know y'all just not gonna get it from nowhere else. Everybody else, they too caught up in their own goddamn ego. That's why I'm showing you these original pieces. Yeah, I should be a little clearer now, right? Yeah, and this ain't no shit I was thinking about. This shit just is being downloaded. Downloads. Straight from the dream plane. Downloads. Look like alien shit. Cause it is. This ain't just come from thought. Okay, let me think about some shit to do. That's why you see what that says? That says REM sleep. REM sleep. Just letting you know where it came from. It says REM sleep. And I remember doing this. I remember the time I did this. I don't even think I had a place to lay my head. That's just how crazy it was when I did this. I was really in the streets when I did this. Like, I poured my heart into this to the point where, again, somebody gave me a necklace right off their neck. When they saw this, and they took a necklace right off their neck and gave it to me. So I was able to put my spirit in this. Because instead of thinking about, damn, I need to get some money, I channeled it into art. And I received a gift. Something that I didn't have to buy. I got a Shiva Lingam. I got a Shiva Lingam crystal. You ain't gonna see nothing like this nowhere else. Thank you for breaking everything down. You know, I do it because, you know, it just ain't gonna get done otherwise. It's just not gonna get done. All right. So I'll show you my journey, so you can understand why you have to go through yours. So it don't matter what situation or predicaments you may be in, you know. You can always be artistic. Because if I was just thinking about money, and you know, just okay, where is my next meal gonna come from? I would have never made that because I wouldn't have been in the mood. I would have like, oh shit, I gotta figure out something. But me doing these things, somehow the shit got figured out. Somehow this shit got figured out. Somehow I can't tell you how. That's why I keep things like this, because I'm like, yo, whenever I was at low points, I got artistic. I was able to channel these symbols, these sigils, these seals, and it made me feel better. If nothing else, it made me feel better. It took my mind and placed it in a different space. So instead of getting money hungry and getting desperate and just becoming more and more desperate, like, oh, I gotta, you know, and that's what take people into dark places. And they start, you know, doing things that they later regret. You know, when they pushed into dark places. So that's what I did to keep my energy up. That's what I did to keep my aura up. I'm like, okay, let me make sure that the energy stays on a Jupiter frequency. Let me exercise my gift. Let me exercise my talents. And again, this is the 333 that I was talking about. So I told y'all this I with the 333. Again, that's the original symbol right there. So you see the 333 up here. Right, so you see the eye with the halo, the 3 pyramids, the 333. I told y'all about my experience with the 333. That's how I interacted with the spirit through numbers. That's why I talk about mathematics. I never would have known that shit. I never would have known, like, okay, these number sequences actually activate spirits to the point where, okay, you don't even have to call them out. They can all be broken down to a particular number sequence. I didn't know that until I tried it and I got results. Like, oh shit, these numbers are more than what I think they are. I see 333 all the time. Exactly. I was seeing it all the time. That's what made me want to channel it. But I didn't know what it meant. I'm like, yeah, I'm seeing it all the time, but what does it mean? I would try to look on the internet, but it's like, it was like, what the fuck does that, it wasn't giving me any real answers. It's not until I took it to the dream world that I actually received my answer. Like, oh, that's why I've been seeing this. I had to take it to the dream plane. Nobody could have answered that question. No human being, no book, no internet article. I had to go to the dream plane. I couldn't have thought my way into, oh, this is what this means. I had to take it to the dream world. I had to sleep on it. And that's when I got the real answers. Which is what I'm telling you. Those real answers come from the dream plane. That's your true expansion. Your true expansion is going to come from the dream plane. It's not going to come from another human being. Even Napoleon Hill, in one of the chapters, he talked about he created in the Think and Grow Rich book. In one of the chapters, he talked about he created a round table full of people that he was influenced by. And he began to animate them, like make them talk. Then eventually they took on a mind of their own. So something, it's like playing with dolls, like, like a little girl playing with dolls, and she's animating them, she's dressing them up, she's making them move, she's making them talk. Now just imagine one day that those dolls end up animating themselves. That child didn't put so much energy into that doll becomes living. Now that doll demands, okay, I wanna wear pink today. Put me in pink. Put me in this house. Put me over here. Now the doll actually becomes living. It becomes a whole separate entity. That shit is real. That's a form of voodoo. That's how spirits were created. You can say they start from within you, but you have no idea that you're giving life to something that's inanimate. It becomes a piece of you, an extension of you, but it's the part of you that you didn't know nothing about that we call the alter ego. You didn't know that you were giving life to your alter ego outside of yourself. Same thing like with a little boy playing with the little action figures. Shit, I still remember this shit to this day. I remember playing with the Punisher one day. He had like a straight face, right? I fucking swear on everything. I remember one day I looked at this Punisher face and he had like a mean mug. I'm like, this motherfucker changed facial expressions. I couldn't believe this shit. I still remember it to this day. I'm like, what in the fuck is going on? I'm like, it ain't no way this inanimate object changed facial expressions. Not in front of me, but I just remember one day I'm like, okay, the Punisher looks like the Punisher, and this motherfucker is looking mean as fucking, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck? It fucking freaked me the fuck out. Couldn't believe this shit. And again, it's to the point where I still remember it to this day, and this shit was fucking, who knows how long ago. Like, it was in my childhood. I just remember being spooked. Like, I can't believe this shit. On that Toy Story shit, because this shit is real. That's where these things come from. But you see, we are in our most magical state when we are, you can say, in our childlike state. We don't really know what we're doing, but we're still just as magical. We just don't understand logically what we're doing, but we understand unconsciously what we're doing. When we have like little invisible friends or spirit buddies, we don't logically know what's going on, but unconsciously we do. That's why we're doing it in the first place. I had that happen with the He-Man action figures. Exactly. They know what they're doing. The people that make toys, they know what they're doing. This is all magic. They're just selling it back to us. They know what they are doing. They know what they're doing. I'm sure like those fucking dolls be talking to women. The action figures be talking to men. They know what they're doing. It's just based on what power you have. Some people can hear voices. Some people can see the changes. It all depends on what magical abilities you have. I guess we technically have it all, but which ones are more developed than others? Again, some people see invisible friends and all that, but everybody don't have clairvoyance. Some people are clairaudient. Some people are clairsentient. It all depends on what psychic abilities are more developed than you. But you see, we all came into the world with these abilities. Ain't nobody teach us this shit. It's like we already knew what the fuck we were doing. Toy makers on that Pinocchio time, because they know. That's why they sell it back to us, because they sell us our own culture just with their faces and their symbols. Now just imagine if it was your face with your symbols, how powerful that would be. So instead of it being a Superman or a Batman, it's a voodoo doll that you dressed up, that you put symbols on. It's an extension of you. Now just imagine how powerful that would have been. But you see, we didn't have the intellect at the time to comprehend that. We're just more caught up with Batman and Superman and, again, Toy Story. What's up, D93? I had a couple telekinetic experiences. Freaked me the fuck out. I don't know if I did it because I wasn't afraid of controlling it. That's what I'm saying. We already have these abilities. They're already there. But they are in the unconscious mind. We already have it. I remember waking up in a dream and I made myself float because I came to the realization I was dreaming. I'm like, oh shit, I'm dreaming. Because I had developed a technique. I just kept looking at my hands, right? I would look at my hands so much, like periodically, just throughout the day, I will always look at my hands. Because I'm like, I don't know if I'm dreaming if my hands look crazy. And eventually, it was one time I looked at my hands, and my hands were like all, like they were being bent. They were like long, and they were bending. I'm like, this is some crazy ass shit. I'm like, oh shit, I'm dreaming. Soon as I knew that I was dreaming, I'm like, levitate. I levitated myself. Then I put myself down. Then I'm like, okay, I want to lift up this cup over. It was like a cup or something. I made the cup levitate, and I put it down. And I just woke myself up. I'm like, that's all I need to know. I'm not trying to do nothing extra spectacular. I'm like, I came to the realization I'm in a dream. I'm dreaming. Let me work my power. Let me levitate myself. Let me levitate something else. That's all I needed. And I woke my ass up. I'm like, I don't need to do anything, because if I try to do anything extraordinary, I ain't gonna remember that shit. That's why most of us don't remember our dreams. It'd be all some extra curricular activity going on. So I'm like, let me keep it as simple as possible. But that's why you must go to sleep with an intention. Okay, when I realize that I'm dreaming, I'm gonna do this. You gotta already have that intention set before you even lay down. See, most people they may wake up and realize they dreaming, but because they didn't have no intention, they're like, okay, shit, they get excited and they end up waking themselves up because they're like, oh shit, I can do anything I want. Like, oh shit, I'm about, you just start doing just whatever comes to your mind, and it don't really benefit you because you didn't have the plan before you went into the space. But if you already know what you're gonna do, as soon as I realize I'm dreaming, I'm doing this. If you go into the dream world with an intention, then most likely you're gonna perform that. And when you perform that, then you can just wake your ass up like, oh shit, I realized that I was dreaming. I did what I said I was gonna do, and I got my ass up out of there. Because if you would have kept going, again, your memories start getting more cloudy, then you would completely forget that you even woke up because you kept fucking extending it, and it was unnecessary. Okay, when I realize I'm dreaming, I'm gonna summon this person, I'm gonna summon that person, I'm gonna look at this, I'm gonna summon this deity. Like, when you already have your intention set in stone, you're more likely able to fulfill it because you already know what you was gonna do before you even went to sleep. But if it all happens in the moment and spare of the moment, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to remember it. You may remember it if you like wake immediately up. But if the dream keeps progressing, you're not going to remember it. Do we strengthen our power by meditation? Or imagine them? Or imagining them happen? I think that's what you're trying to say. Yes, you must strengthen yourself in meditation or on the dream plane. I've heard stories where people have been inspired to make art pieces because they saw it in a dream. People see certain pieces in a dream, and then they wake up and they do it. That's what I told y'all about, my piece. Right? I had a dream. I guess I must have saw it because, again, I didn't even know what I was doing until I was done. I must have saw it in a dream, and I immediately went to work. So yes, all your psychic abilities, or even your worldly talents, all these things could be developed in dreams. Again, we spend too much time trying to think our way into something or out of something, and then we realize why we keep going in these fucking loops. We're doing too much damn thinking. You're not going to think your way into mastery. Because truly, a master has learned how to stop fucking thinking. That's why they're able to blank out or black out and do whatever it is that they do better than everybody else, because they learn how to turn their thoughts off while everybody else is thinking. Right? So you must be able to turn your thinking off, turn your logic and your reason off. But that's the exact opposite of what everybody else say, right? You gotta be logical. You gotta think with reason. You gotta be a critical thinker. But they're never talking about imagination. And we know Einstein said imagination is more powerful. That's from fucking Einstein. Imagination is more powerful. Along with your memory. Asha stresses the importance of memory. Yes, because the more you remember, the more power you have when you actually are in the dream world. Because these represent passwords. The occult is passwords. It's not even what you do with it here. But that's a little secret that ain't nobody else gonna tell you. Because how would the fuck they know? They would know. These are passwords. Meaning what they do in the dream world is different than what they do for you here. Meaning if you just take the symbol of the sun, the circle with the dot, You can, when you're in the physical world, like, okay, that's the symbol of the sun. The sun has these attributes: independence, innovation, leadership, so on and so forth, right? But in the dream world, if you summon that seal, that shit is gonna have a certain effect that's different than the physical representation. It does something. It's a living seal. These things are living. That's why all these sciences, again, we're just scratching the surface. We don't even truly know what we're capable of, because everybody keeps it on the physical plane, and they keep like, okay, well, this is this symbol, this is that symbol. You don't even know what happened when you bring these energies to life, because you can, because you have the passcodes. These are passcodes. They do something when you dream about, like when you're thinking about Hebrew letters, tarot cards, anything occultic, Tabarif, the Kabbalah, Gamaliel. All these things will have an effect on your consciousness, especially when you're operating from your alter ego. These things work. But we don't utilize it because nobody is emphasizing dreams. Everybody's you need to think. They keep talking about thoughts. And the goal is to get to nirvana where you don't have to think at all. You just do. You just be. There is no thought involved. That's the difference between thought and imagination. Imagination is a thoughtless state. You're not thinking. You're just being. You flow. You're not thinking. Your imagination is the strongest in the dream world because you can actually experience it face to face. See, it's different. Like if you're just imagining something now while you're awake versus you imagine something in the dream world and that shit actually appears and you can experience that in that moment. It's a whole different experience. That's the true power of imagination. It ain't what you can do when you're awake. It's what you can do when you're sleeping or awake in your dreams. Because you shouldn't be sleeping at all. You should always be aware of your consciousness. But imagine what you can do when you're face to face. Like I can imagine, let's just say, having a conversation with a Donald Trump or somebody or Elon Musk. I can imagine that in my head right now. But if I do it in a dream plane, I'm going to actually see this person and we're going to actually have a conversation, and it's going to be like this person is actually talking to you. You're going to realize, yo, that ain't nothing. It ain't like I can think about, okay, well, what would Donald Trump say? What would Elon Musk say? What would Noble Drew Ali say? What would Elijah Muhammad say? It's all about a bunch of what ifs. But if you summon these people in the dream world, they're going to talk back to you. And it ain't going to be something that you could have thought of. This shit is going to astonish your ass. You're going to be astonished. I'm always astonished. When I be having these conversations, I'm like, yo, that shit ain't. Like, I couldn't have thought about that. That did not come from me. That did not come from my thinking mind. It just the power of imagination. But nobody emphasizes that, right? They want you to stay in the physical and just do you're like, this is play. This is not the real world. This is the illusion that we call Maya. We're in the matrix. You're outside the matrix when you dream, but we still be in the matrix when we dream. That's just how limited we are. We be doing just regular basic shit when we in dreams too, but you don't like, oh shit, I can do whatever I want, talk to whoever I want, anything can happen, anything is possible. But you have to know what you want. That's the real reason why you need to know what you want, is so when you dream about it, you can actually perform it. It don't even have nothing to do with the physical. It's like, yeah, you need to know what you want. You need to be detail orientated. It's because when you, at the moment, when you awaken your dream, you may not know when the time comes, but eventually the time will come where you come to the realization that you're dreaming, and now you have the ability to do whatever you want. Are you going to be like everybody else in panic? get overly emotional and just, fuck off the moment? Or are you going to use that opportunity to materialize your desire that you already know? You already know what you want, what your goal is. This is your opportunity to experience it face to face. What you've been meditating on already. So that's why it's like a gift. That's why Jupiter rules Pisces, because when you have those moments, it is like a gift. It is like a gift. You feel grateful to be able to have that experience. Like, God damn, this is how it really feels to drive that car. This is how it feels to talk to that person. This is how it feels to make love to this person. This is how it feels to communicate with a billionaire. This is how it feels to stand on top of a building. This is how it feels to be on the planet Mars. Whatever the fuck it is that your desire is, that's your opportunity to get to experience it. But again, you may not know when that moment will come. But if you know what your desire is, when the moment does come, you know exactly how to utilize it to the best of your ability and to make the most of it. Again, that's the difference between, you can say, the people that succeed and the people that don't. When they have those moments, they utilize it correctly. Do not waste those moments, because they are truly gifts. Because you never know when it's going to happen. It takes skill to develop. Okay, I wake up every night and I know I'm dreaming and I'm going to, be able to do whatever I want all the time. That takes time. That's not how it's going to start. It's going to be haphazard at first. It's going to be haphazard. You may not know. It may take 3 nights. On that 3rd night, you get lucky. That's why Jupiter rules over luck. You see, those are all Jupiter traits, because Jupiter is the original ruler of Pisces, the dreamer. Because it is truly a gift, it is based on luck, meaning you must increase your luck. You want to have more dreams and awaken your dreams, you must increase your luck. So while everybody else is trying to increase their luck, trying to get more money and all this extra shit, you increase your luck by getting deeper into the dream plane. That's what you do with your increased luck. But you see, it ain't too many people even thinking on that level now, are they? But they're not supposed to. That's why you're supposed to. That's why you're here. Not them. So it's not even about them. That's why you're here, so that you can hear this directly from the source. So that's why I'm taking the time to let you know. Because who am I without you? It's like I am you in a different form. It's like I am the part of you, or the piece of you that's silent. I'm just speaking, right? I'm just telling you everything you already know. But it's like I had to fucking come out of your goddamn dreams to tell you. That's basically what it's like. I'm the living dream. That's all it is. It's like I'm a living, like, yo, I only heard this in your dreams, but now you're hearing it in real time. I'm telling you the type of stuff that you only would hear in dreams, because this is where I get this from. Again, this ain't coming from human beings. This is coming from the dream plane. Again, after all, we did activate Gamaliel, right? So we did open up the Qliphoth that deals with dreams. That's why we're talking about this stuff. So you see, this is a direct channel. That's why we did it. Just to show you how real this is. So you see, I ain't just talking about dreams randomly. We did open up your sud, the dark side of your sud. We did go to the Qliphoth. That's why we've been on here 5 fucking hours. Just to show the reality, like, okay, is that shit real? Is it, I'm showing you how real it is. Just in case you were unaware. Just in case you had any doubt. I challenge you to find anybody else who's going to take out this time to show you how real this shit is. Right? and who's going to channel directly from the source and open up the spirit, if they even know what Gamaliel even is. That's if they even know what it is, let alone can actually define it for you. They may not even know what it is. Most likely they don't even know what it is to even be able to explain it to you. They don't, like, how can they explain something they don't know anything about, they have no experience with? I can only tell these, you see, I'm speaking from experience. It's not something I got in the book. I'm not repeating quotes from somebody else's mind. I'm giving you my own original thoughts based on my own original experience, which to me is the most valuable thing I can give you, is my own experience from a personal perspective. What else is more valuable than that? Than somebody like, yo, this is what's going on. I'm here with you. This is how you navigate. I found the 10 on the ground, as you should. As you should. Because you are a living currency. The money follows you if you follow your star. Right? I was talking about increasing your luck, right? Increase your luck. Then things like that will be a daily occurrence. All you have to do is increase your luck. Come to the realization that that is a currency. Luck is a currency. Right? Jupiter is a currency. Pisces is a currency. Sagittarius is a currency. These are all living beings. It's not just a planet in space. Jupiter has an effect on you. Everybody has a Jupiter sign. So not only do you have the planet Jupiter, your Jupiter has a particular sign. Jupiter is currently expressing itself right now. I can pull it up right now. Jupiter, 0 degrees Aries, retrograde in the 9th house. Jupiter is in the 9th house, which is in his natural house, in Aries. 0 degrees and Jupiter is retrograde. You think it's a coincidence that we're talking about the Qliphoth? The dark side of Jupiter, Pisces, while Jupiter is in retrograde in Aries, so now that represents a fresh new current of energy. But it's all a coincidence, right? The planets are affecting us in real time. It's affecting our consciousness in real time, every day, every minute, every moment. I know I was supposed to be fucking out of here a whole fucking hour ago. But I just wanted to give y'all as much as I could. When I hit the record button, I'm like, okay, I'm about to go live for 5 hours. That didn't happen. That definitely was not the plan. But when the spirit moves, the spirit moves. And who am I to cut it off? When everything that's being said is absolutely necessary to hear. Whether we were talking about the business, we're talking about the dreams, all these things are absolutely necessary to hear. The occult has a whole different reality in the astral plane, in the astral world. What we know on the physical plane is not even scratching the surface of what is possible in the astral. That's why they want to keep your vibes low. But the Wi-Fi signals, why people are not dreaming, you got Wi-Fi signals. You don't have a dream altar. You have not set your intentions firmly enough. How would you dream without making the prerequisites? You need to have prerequisites. It's not just going to happen haphazardly. We're not children anymore. With children, it happens haphazardly. But we're not children anymore, meaning everything has to be planned. Everything has to be strategic. Everything from your sleep, as you know. You have to plan your sleep. Because you know what? You gotta go to work in the morning. You gotta run errands. You got duties to fulfill. You got obligations to fulfill, meaning even your sleep has to be strategic. Everything has to be strategic. Every single thing. Your timing has to be strategic. When you do things, how you do things has to be strategic. That's what it really means to be a real man or a real woman or whatever you consider yourself. That means your life is all about plan and strategy. And you know how to manipulate the currency of luck. Because everything requires a little bit of luck. So you need a little bit of luck to even dream in the first place. That requires luck. You know, ain't nobody else tell you that before. You need luck to even dream. That ain't something that's just gonna happen because you want it to happen. Just like you're not gonna win the fucking lottery just because you want to win the lottery. It requires a certain level of luck. So if the lottery requires luck, why wouldn't dreams require luck if they both are represented by the same planet? It's starting to get heavy around this bitch. This shit is real work though. I ain't gonna lie. It's like a person has to get up and go to work. This channeling shit. This is real work. Just like sex work, it's real work. This shit is funny. Oh shit. You know how crazy it is that women have to protest just for sex work to be treated as real work? Like, people don't even look at that as real work. They gotta fight for laws to be protected because they don't want to protect the scarlet woman. They don't want to protect her. They feel like she shouldn't have any protections, any securities, because she's engaged in prostitution. But according to the book of the law, this is the most holiest woman that you can ever be around. Imagine that. Imagine that. Coming directly from AWAS, not Aleister Crowley, coming directly from AWAS. The holy harlot, the scarlet woman. That's the woman that deserves the most honor. That's the woman that deserves the most respect. And how many of us are doing that? That's why I'm here to remind you. We be giving the wrong women the respect. When the book of the law told you that we are no longer in the time of the modest woman. Why do you think the women are taking off their hijabs overseas? Y'all didn't heard about the woman that got killed. That's why they protesting in the Middle East right now. A woman got killed for not properly wearing her hijab. And now the women are saying, fuck the hijab altogether. Which is, for those who don't know, it's, with the Muslim women, they wear the head wrap. For those who don't know. But they protesting over there because a woman died in police custody. Because she was wearing her hijab improperly. So she ended up getting killed, or they said she was killed. They said she died in police custody, but nah, women like, fuck that. They marching, they protesting, they're being rebellious. They said, man, fuck that law. That has been a law since 1979. I did the research. So since 1979, women have had to wear a hijab in the Middle East. By law. Not optional, by law. See, women over here, like Muslim women over here, it's an option. You may see some with it. You may see some without it. It ain't fucking law though. It's law over there. So the women over there are rebelling against the law that has been in effect for 40 years, over 40 years now. This has been the law for over 40 years. And it took something like this for them to say, fucking, not they burning the goddamn hijabs. They create fires and they're burning their fucking hijabs. They burning that shit in fires. They're like, how dare you? How dare you kill the woman for misproperly wearing, like if it's that serious to y'all motherfuckers, fuck the whole hijab. I'm bringing that up because that's supposed to be the ultimate symbol of the modest woman. Covering up their heads. But now you got you can say the most modest women on the planet, basically. They be covering up their whole fucking body to the point where they even cover up their face. They don't even be showing their face in public. So you got literally some of the most modest women on the planet saying, fuck all of that. I'm showing my whole face and hair. I'm defying the law. They can go to jail for this. So they're saying they can go to jail. So I'm bringing this up. They saying fuck it. They going to jail then. They're like, oh, I can die. Fuck it, I'm dying then. They ready to die. While we over here worried about fucking soap operas. You got the most modest women coming up out of that bullshit. But you see, the book of the law predicted it, right? Did the book of the law not predict it? They're saying, fuck this modesty. That ain't the way to go. Because they're trying to hold that law up to the point where they're killing people now. They're killing people from wearing the hijab improperly. Women are getting killed from improperly wearing the hijab. That's just how bad they want Women to be modest? Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Why are they willing to kill women for improperly wearing their hijabs? What are they so afraid of? Oh, that's right. The Scarlet Woman. Because when the Scarlet Woman rises, this shit is over. Right? But we been knew this, right? We should have been knew this. That's why I say the women that actually need our support, our so-called prayers, our love, we don't even pay them no mind. We call them whores and sluts, right? We disrespect them. But these be the women that's really holding shit down. Lo and behold, what's good, King? You gonna say what's good? I don't even know at this point, man. We didn't hit so many chambers in 5 fucking hours, 5.5 hours. Like, I don't even know where to start. We been on this bitch 5.5 hours. We didn't switch cameras. We didn't tested out the new technology. We had to go back to the webcam. We didn't have business talk. We didn't talk about dreams. Now we're talking about the Scarlet Whore, who deserves our ultimate respect. What haven't we talked about? We talked about star magic. What haven't we talked about? It's been a long fucking time, right? I'm just saying that to say the divine feminine deserves our respect, our love, our consideration, and everything else. They deserve it. They're dying for it. Literally. They're dying for their freedom. We over here eating snacks and shit. We over here eating snacks and shit. You know, because our women can walk around with their hair out and do whatever. They can walk around in fucking bikinis if they fucking wanted to. Ain't nobody gonna say shit. But take your ass to the Middle East. They can barely even show their face. But it took something like this for them to say, fuck it. Because all it's going to continue to get bigger. And again, this is for people who ain't up on the international news. It's going to continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger to the point where the hijab becomes irrelevant. Nobody would have ever thought that this would have been a thing in a Islamic country. We're talking about an Islamic country where the women are refusing to wear their headdress, their head wraps. The most holiest women are saying fuck the head wraps. We don't see it though, right? This is just all fun and games, right? We don't see this shit happening before our eyes. The Middle East, like the most strictest country, some of the most strictest countries, as you see, motherfuckers is going to jail. The most strictest countries, women are laying down their lives, going to jail, getting their ass beat, defying the law. But they try to black the shit out, right? They don't want us knowing about this type of stuff. Women are having a whole uprising. They ready to step into their divine feminine because they realize that modesty shit is not working. They rather die without the hijab than with it. They rather die without it than with it. I mean, what else do we need to see? That's all I'm saying. But these are the type of women that need to be supported. because they're going up against the whole government. You don't see the men doing that over there. The men ain't going against the whole government. The women are. So what does that tell you? It ain't the men, it's the women. They're putting their life on the line. They're putting their freedom on the line. The men ain't never did no shit like this. Because they have been so afraid of the divine feminine that they're willing to kill her to keep her modest, to keep her from exhibiting her beauty, her femininity, because they are too weak to control their passions. That's why they want the women to cover up, because they can't control their own passion. They can't see a woman in her beauty and not want to fucking try to take something from her. Take her innocence. Because they have no self-control, because they're fucking savages. So to control their own savage nature, they cover their women up. Because they can't control their own lower nature. So what does that tell you? So they rather suppress the woman than to exercise their divine masculinity. They rather suppress the woman to keep themselves in check instead of evolving beyond that lower vibration. What does that tell you? But people not gonna get it till it's so big of a problem. Because people don't realize the power. What's up, 420 God? Peace. People don't realize this shit. Do you not know that when these women decide that they will no longer wear the hijab, that this will change the whole fucking world? Because they have been the ones holding that shit down. The Muslim women. It ain't too many women that's just required to wear a head wrap by law. They do it by culture or tradition, but we're talking about by law. It's literally a law on the books. People don't realize, but they will realize that once these women say fuck this hijab, that this will change the entire world. Because they're going to be the ones that demonstrate the divine feminine. The most suppressed women on the planet will be the ones that show forth what it means to be the divine feminine. The ones that's willing to die for it. Not just out there marching and shit. Lives is being took. The government can't even contain the people. The people is rising up. But that's why we don't hear about this shit, right? We don't even hear about this shit. Again, you probably didn't even know about it. This shit ain't fucking just being reported, especially not in America. Will Cali be okay in the future? Well, Cali's gonna always be good. Cali would always be the golden state. I know it's kind of expensive out there. But you know, they have a whole different culture. They have a whole different way of life. As long as you in that underworld, you good. You know, Cali is all about getting that underworld money. Because again, shit is expensive. So people ain't fucking paying their goddamn rent and their bills because they got a fucking 9 to 5 and that's just handling everything. Yes, you have some modest people, but again, we're not talking about those people. We're talking about the people that are not modest. We're talking about the divine feminine, which is Lucifer. The divine masculine, which is Lucifer. And the divine feminine, which is the Scarlet Woman. These are the people we should be taking note of. Because these are the people that's showing the way. These are the people that's showing the way. See, people ain't gonna realize again to the divine feminine walk up on your ass. And the only way for you to control your own lust is to be the divine masculine. So that's how it goes hand in hand. Meaning you got women that's so goddamn beautiful, it's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. You better be glad they cover themselves up. Fucking ridiculously beautiful. But the world never gets to see it because they're suppressed. But soon, the world will see. And not just beautiful externally, but also beautiful internally. The Scarlet Woman. The most beautiful. But that's why she's the most hated. You see, everybody hates on the Scarlet Woman. Everybody be hating on the hoes. Everybody be hating on the prostitutes, right? They got nothing but bullshit to say about them. They have nothing but negativity to say about these women, right? They call these women every name in the book. They got all this smoke. Everybody got smoke for the sex worker, right? Everybody got all this smoke. Not realizing that she's the one that's keeping the goddamn world balanced right now. And that's why you see now the divine feminine is mad. This is when things begin to change. Just mark my words. Don't tell you. I know you're not gonna realize it till it's right in your face. You think it's a coincidence? Well, we're just on the brink of World War III, right? Motherfuckers is waiting for Russia to drop a goddamn nuke. Right? We're just waiting. See, that's what they want you to be concerned, right? They want you to wait on Russia to drop a fucking nuke on Ukraine or something. They're just waiting for World War III to break out, not realizing that World War III is actually going to be initiated by the divine feminine. It's not about to be initiated by Zelensky. It's not going to be initiated by Biden. It's not going to be initiated by Putin. It's going to be initiated by the divine feminine. But you see, it's so small right now. It's not. People ain't paying attention. But it's going to be led by the divine feminine. I told you that, right? I told you. Ain't nobody else gonna tell you that. So let everybody else wait for somebody to hit a big ass red button and completely destroy half of the planet. It's not gonna happen. Because the divine feminine is not gonna allow it to happen. How about that? She's not gonna allow it to happen. Because a woman has power over this planet that we don't know about. That's why she is a divine feminine. Women have powers that we don't even know about. They have powers over this planet that we don't even know about. That's why Putin got a girlfriend. You know, all these men got wives or girlfriends. Biden has a wife, Putin has a girlfriend, and Zelensky has a wife. You don't think these women is fucking the shit out of these dudes? Preventing shit from... Y'all don't understand what I'm saying. Do y'all not know shit would have been went down? Why you think Putin is being so smooth in Ukraine while he's like fighting this war with his gloves on? Why he ain't just waged a full-fledged war? Why is he being real smooth with it? Creeping up real... Cause he got that woman next to him. That's why. She know how to whisper in his ear. That's what you don't know. These women is putting this work in that we don't know nothing about. That's why why you think Kamala Harris be getting so much hate? Oh, she's not doing nothing. She's the worst vice president. They got so much smoke. But didn't they also say she had to fuck her way to the top? They told you that too, didn't they? Didn't they say she was giving up the ass? Right? Because she didn't even like Biden. She had smoke for Biden, but she had to let that shit go. See, hopefully y'all can comprehend what I'm saying here. People don't know, so while people are talking shit about Kamala, that she's really the one that's keeping shit together right now. In terms of for the Democrats. Meaning while we ain't in that fucking hellhole right now, yeah, we know about inflation. We know Biden is losing his mind, but so what's really keeping the glue together and stopping all fucking chaos to break out in the White House is Kamala Harris. Little do you know. Little do you know. Cause she don't do too much talking. That's why she ain't thirsty to get on camera and do interviews. Little do you know. Cause I guarantee if you was in the same room with Kamala Harris, you would do everything she fucking says. You would do every fucking thing she tells you to do. I guarantee it. You would submit to that woman like it's no tomorrow. But I'm fucking around, alright? Y'all, you would submit to this woman. This woman is so fucking. She's from California. Well, maybe not from California, but her political career started in California. So she has her history in California, like, and we know about the history of California with the queens of California. This woman is a fucking queen. But y'all just don't know. We don't know we have a fucking queen. And this ain't just it's not just a regular fucking politician. Just like we have another queen in the Supreme Court, the black woman that got elected on the Supreme Court. We don't understand what the fuck is going on. Because we so caught up with all this dick swinging. We so caught up in what the fuck it was. What does Trump go do for 2024? What is what DeSantis? What is he gonna do for 2024? Didn't Tulsi just leave the Democratic Party? Oh, see, now I'm getting into politics. I told y'all my eyes be everywhere. Didn't Tulsi just leave the Democratic Party? A woman. Y'all don't see what's going on, though. Y'all don't see it, but I'm here to show you how shit is getting so goddamn real. But we're so distracted by all this dick swinging against Zelensky, Putin, Biden, North Korea, China, what Z is doing. We're so concerned with all these men. Like they actually running shit. They're not. Right? But again, let's pretend like these women are not fucking queens controlling shit. What do you think makes Putin so soft? I don't understand. Like this motherfucker is ruthless. Right? This is a very ruthless man. But I guarantee he's an ultimate gentleman with his girlfriend. Biden, is fucking corrupt. Hunter Biden fucking corrupt, but I guarantee Jill Biden is angelic. I guarantee. Let her step in the goddamn room. You're gonna do every goddamn thing she says. Not because she's forceful, because damn, her fucking charm is ridiculous. It's a fucking teacher. It's a fucking teacher. See, that woman has every time you see that woman, she has a smile on her face, just like Kamala Harris. You see these women, and they have big ass smiles on their face. These are the ultimate charmers. We just don't realize it because, again, we're so caught up with the dick swinging. All this news is about what these men are going to do. We're completely missing the point. Like, yo, look at what these women are doing. Putin's girlfriend got him sweet macking in Ukraine. Got him going so soft. And he's supposed to be they comparing him to fucking Hitler. But even Hitler had a girlfriend. Or even a wife. Hitler was an ultimate gentleman behind closed doors as well. On the world stage, yeah, you got to be big and bad, but no. To these women, these men are big teddy bears. How do you know it? Because you're the same way. Around dudes, you ready to kill. But around your girl, it's like, she be ready to kill your ass. And you're like, oh, so you be scared of her. Y'all know y'all be scared of y'all own woman because you know, like, oh shit. She got power that I don't understand. I know, like, I don't want to blame it on the tequila, but I know I'm talking ruthless right now. But goddamn, I gotta talk like this so that y'all can comprehend what I'm saying here. I can't be nice about it. These scarlet women is holding shit down, but it's not gonna get reported on. It's not gonna get talked about. Because we're so caught up about when this big ass red button is gonna go off in the nuke and half the world's gonna be gone. We're just so concerned about doomsday. Any day we're gonna fucking be in a hellish ass place. We're going into a recession. Any day now. Not realizing that, like, even with inflation, like, this shit is moving so slow. Like, the divine feminine is giving you a chance to get your fucking shit together. Do you not see this shit? Yes, shit is going up, but damn, you got time to catch the fuck up. Catch up. We want prices to go down. How about we catch up? How about we catch up? Look how sweet she is, mate. This shit is going so slow. But we mad. We complaining. Damn, fucking prices is too high. Maybe we should rise our vibration to match it. Are we sending all this money to Ukraine? When the money can be spent in America? Or maybe we can match it. We're not understanding, are we? We're not understanding, are we? Do you see just how beautiful the earth is? The earth ain't going nowhere. The earth continue to produce. The animals continue to be sacrificed willingly so you can eat, so that you can keep food on your table. You know, these animals are dying every day. These ants are making these alien colonies, which is mostly women. The bees are still producing honey. The world ain't stopped. The world is actually more vibrant than ever. I saw a whole beach full of fucking crocodiles. Like, it's day shit. Like, yo, you ain't see a human in sight. Fucking crocodiles. I don't think I'm fucking around. Motherfuckers couldn't believe what they were seeing. Hold on. just want to show you this. I just want to show you what's really going on in the earth. People said they ain't never seen this many crocodiles, or maybe it's alligators. They ain't never seen this many fucking crocodiles in their life in one place. Hold on, let me show you. I just want to show you the wonders of the divine feminine that we tend to ignore, that we tend to miss. Because we think we're going to get blown off the face of the earth tomorrow. That we don't have time to appreciate the beauty of actually still being here and how things are really moving at such a snail's pace, giving us time to get our minds right. But we keep taking it for granted, thinking shit is going to be destroyed tomorrow. That we are not able to seize the moment. And that type of thinking is what puts us in a state of mind where nothing changes. We just end up losing out. And yeah, then the world is really against you when you had all this fucking time. You had all this time to change your thinking, to change your mind. Then it wasn't until the women started pulling off those hijabs and like, oh shit. Not realizing that's a message directly from the earth. Again, women have powers over the earth. If you're thinking a nuke is about to be set off, and you got these beautiful women by these leaders fucking the shit out of them, what type of energy are they about to have to set off a goddamn bomb? Do you not realize that the last thing they want is to upset their women? The last thing Joe Biden wants to do is to upset his woman. Do you know, y'all may not know that they even argue through text. They don't even argue out loud. Whenever they have a disagreement, they be arguing through text. Yeah. Oh yeah, here it is. So it was crocodiles. It was crocodiles in Brazil. Here it is. I actually found this shit. Hold on. Yep, here it is. Let me see if I can make this big. Look at this. Look at all them goddamn crocodiles. Ain't a human in sight. Look at them. Look at that. All down that bitch. You see that? When was the last time you saw that many crocodiles in one place? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And look at them. They're saluting the sun. You don't see this shit? Look at this. Look at that. You'll see how they're all in stance, saluting the sun. Oh, it's just me though. It's just me though. People thought it was a fucking invasion. Look, the title of the video is called Crocodile Invasion, but it's really their own. It's like it's their shit though. Like we be on they shit. They not on our shit. Like yo, that's their beach. They're just doing what they do. We just ain't never seen that shit before. We ain't never been able to capture that on camera. But this is just what the fuck they do. We were just finally able to capture it on camera. And you see, they were all saluting the sun, standing in stance, doing what the fuck crocodiles do, and like in mass. It's like it's yo. When you see, it wasn't a human in sight. They could not fucking believe their eyes. That shit went viral. That shit was all over Twitter. It went viral. People could not believe, like, yo, they have never seen that many crocodiles in one place. Like, we didn't even think they all got along like that. It was clearly a special time. It was a special event that happened like a month ago. So that wasn't even a long time ago. That was like a last month. It was like a family, like what is it called? A family reunion. Like everybody came together from all over the place. You're like, damn, I didn't know this many people was related. Like if you truly realize like how many people you related to, it will break your mind. Like, damn, I'm related to all these people. Yeah, you actually are related to all these people. But that's all I gotta say. I just wanted to take the last couple minutes to acknowledge the divine feminine, the Scarlet Woman, and her struggles and her sacrifice. Well, couldn't not acknowledge that because this shit is realer than we realize because of her. She's given us ample time to rise up our vibration, to catch up to her. We must catch up to her. Fuck prices going down. You should hope that they continue to go up because it's going to force you. Hopefully you don't have to do it by force. She's really taking her time. She's taking her sweet ass time. It gives you an opportunity to catch up to her level. The earth's vibration is rising. It gives us an opportunity to rise with it. So hopefully we do what we need to do and rise with the earth instead of trying to get her to go back. No, look, things need to go back to normal. No, the fuck they don't. Things do not need to go back to normal. Things need to continue to rise because it's inevitable. Because as long as we rise with her, we're not going to ever feel out of sync, out of tune, and we're not going to ever need for anything. As long as we continue to evolve with her instead of trying to push her down, instead of trying to suppress her, we did it enough. And she's not having it anymore. It's over with for the suppression of women. It's over with. And it's going to become more evident. Just mark my words, right? Right? Stay in tune. Love's the law. Love under will. 93.